Chapter 449 Appraiser Hall 2-in-1. The cities that Jiang Xian visited previously didn't have an appraiser guild, so he didn't expect to see an appraiser hall here in Hahai City. Since that was the case, they should conduct appraiser examinations here as well. With this, Jiang Xian could consider taking the examination so that he could conduct appraisals as a source of income. Otherwise, even if he knew that the soulless metal humanoid was here, he would have no money to buy it. If anyone else were to know of his thoughts, they would definitely fall speechless. Even though appraisers weren't part of the upper 9 paths, their examination was publicly known for its difficulty. Every appraiser would have to spend decades of their lives dedicated to the study of treasures before they could gain an in-depth understanding of the subject required to pass the examination. Yet, this fellow wanted to take the examination just because he was short of money. If anyone else were to hear his words, they would definitely find themselves speechless. Let's go to the appraiser hall. With a plan in mind, Jiang Xian immediately asked around for its location before heading over with the group. The appraiser hall was grand and imposing. On top of being a guild for appraisers, it was also a massive trading market. All kinds of goods were placed on the counters, and a huge crowd walked in and out of the halls. Even before arriving at the location itself, Jiang Xian already found himself awed by the bustle before him. This is a market managed by the appraiser hall. Most of the goods in here are authentic, having been verified by the appraiser hall, thus paving way for it to become the largest trading market in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Seeing the astonished expression on the face of this incredible genius, Zhao Feiwu couldn't help but feel slightly gleeful. Due to the unique nature of the occupation, the appraiser hall had become a symbol of trust among the population. Most of the objects that the appraiser hall dealt in were expensive before the appraisal, and thus, most people were willing to fork out an additional sum to ensure the authenticity of the goods bought. As such, the business conducted by the guild grew steadily over time. This was precisely the reason why, even though appraiser wasn't a member of the upper 9 paths, it was one of the most lucrative occupations. Most master teachers preferred to take on this occupation as their supporting occupation. However, appraising required one to have a deep understanding of the artifact's history, background, purpose, material, origin. Only when one was able to apply such vast knowledge in appraising would one be able to achieve some accomplishments in the art. Even so, the further one climbed, the harder the examinations became. Thus, even though there were many people who dreamed of taking the appraiser examination, there were very few who had managed to achieve a rank of 3-star and above. In fact, the number was even far beneath that of master teachers. This was the main reason why there were very few appraiser halls on the continent, such that even a place like Tianwu Kingdom didn't have an appraiser hall. This was also why an impersonator like Amo Yang was able to win the admiration of so many people easily. Can appraisers ensure that their appraisals are accurate? Sun Chong couldn't help but ask. He had once operated a shop in a market, and thus, he knew a thing or two about imitations. So what if one was an appraiser? There was no one who could ensure that their judgment would be 100% correct all of the time. After all, it was normal for a mortal to err. Just like how it was impossible for one to tread along the riverside often and avoid getting wet, formidable appraisers couldn't possibly ensure that they wouldn't make a mistake in their entire life either. Appraisers are limited by their discernment ability and rank, so it is indeed impossible for them to guarantee that all of their appraisals are accurate. Under such circumstances, they would invite other appraisers to appraise it together, and if the invited ones are unable to give a concrete answer as well, they would simply give the client their evaluation on the artifact to serve as a basis for consideration. Zhao Feiwu said. But that's no different from giving no answer at all. Sun Chong shook his head. An appraiser is only allowed to make 3 judgmental errors throughout his life. Once they exceed this limit, they'll be stripped of their license. Thus, when stumbling across something they're unsure of, they won't give their judgment easily. Jin Sohai interjected. 3 times? From the moment one becomes an appraiser, every artifact that one appraises will be documented and filed. If something goes wrong with the artifact, it'll be considered as an error. Once the number of errors exceed 3 times, regardless of the rank of the appraiser, he'll be stripped of his license. Jin Sohai continued. Throughout his years, he had seen many appraisers being stripped of their licenses just because of a careless mistake. Some of them had accrued prestigious reputations throughout their lives, only to lose it all due to a few careless mistakes. Everyone fell silent. Even though many people craved to become an appraiser, it seemed like this occupation wasn't as easy as it seemed. Once the number of mistakes one committed exceeded 3, one's license could be revoked. But who could ensure one wouldn't make any mistakes at all? Actually, all occupations are the same. The rules governing master teachers are even stricter. One's reputation could potentially be destroyed completely if they were to make a single mistake in their guidance, resulting in a loss in trust in one. Seeing how everyone was sympathizing with appraisers, Zhang Xian shook his head. Before he came to this world, his previous self also committed the same error. Due to misguidance, he caused the student's cultivation to go berserk, resulting in Zhang Xian being unable to recruit even a single student after his arrival. Indeed, physicians are the same as well. A single error could possibly result in a death. Zhao Feiwu nodded in agreement as she glanced at the youngster before her. Even though he seemed to be around the same age as her, how was he able to solve the innate muscular deficiency that even 5-star physicians were helpless before, and treat her? So many things. How beautiful. Just as Zhao Feiwu was contemplating over how the latter managed to learn his medical skills, the excited voices of Yuan Tao and the others sounded from behind. While she was deep in contemplation, the group had already walked into the grand hall. Everywhere that the eye could see were vendors selling their goods, and the variety of goods covered dozens of occupations. Medicine, pills, cauldron, weapons, formation plates. As those stars in the skies, they densely filled the hall within, making it hard for one's mind to process everything. The treasures which were impossible to see under normal circumstances gleamed all around them, stimulating their minds. Those who are passing by, come over and take a look. This is the newest treasure discerning mirror. It has the ability of determining the value of an artifact automatically, giving you assurance when you're buying other goods. It's only going off at 10 spirit stones now. If you don't buy it, you'll be making a huge loss and putting yourself at risk of scams. A young man shouted. Treasure discerning mirror? Zhao Ye and the others blinked their eyes in interest, and they prepared to head over. It's just an ordinary mirror, it's a scam. If that were really a treasure discerning mirror, he wouldn't be selling the mirror here for 10 spirit stones. Zhang Xian shook his head. Even without using the Library of Heaven's Path, he could determine the value and background of some of the less potent artifacts via the Eye of Insight. With just a single look, he could tell that the supposed treasure-discerning mirror in the young man's hand was a fake. A scam? Isn't everything in here authentic? Xingyang couldn't help but glance doubtfully at Zhao Feiwu. The other party had just said that the appraiser hall served as a guarantee for the authenticity of the goods here, so why would there be an imitation here? How many artifacts are there here? Zhao Feiwu rolled her eyes as she gestured to the surroundings. There are at least several tens of millions of goods here, perhaps even 100 million, Xingyang said, while taking a look around. Furthermore, that is only as far as my eye can see. There are still some places beyond my view, so there should be even more than that. There were nearly 100,000 booths scattered throughout the market, and innumerable treasures were placed neatly on each booth. Tallying up the numbers, there was indeed a frightening number of artifacts. Indeed. Given how many artifacts there are here, the appraisers would die of exhaustion before they appraised everything here. Besides, there is a huge flow of goods in and out of the appraiser hall daily. How could it be possible to keep track of all of them? Zhao Feiwu chuckled. By authentic, I mean the goods labeled with the insignia of the appraiser hall. It would be best for one to not buy any goods without this label, otherwise one would be putting themselves at risk of a scam. Oh. The crowd nodded. As the largest market in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, there were too many vendors in the appraiser hall for them to take note of. Even if every single appraiser in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance were to be gathered here, it would be impossible for them to appraise everything here. But of course, if you find something suited for you, you can feel free to buy it. If you're worried, You can pay an exorbitant fee to have an appraiser upstairs appraise it. If it's authentic, then you're making a profit. Otherwise, you'll be making a loss. Zhao Fiwu said. Just like treasure speculation, buying something that hadn't been appraised was highly dependent on one's eye of discernment and luck. Without sufficient luck, all one could do was to lament over one's own misfortune. Appraiser sure is a lucrative occupation. Putting aside the commission fee from the market, the appraisal service they offer also made customers willingly part with their money in exchange for security. As expected of one of the most lucrative occupations in the world. Come and look, I have a water continental fish here. As long as one holds this fish in one's mouth, one will be able to breathe freely underwater. It's definitely a treasure you must have. Come and see this authentic antidote grass. It can cure one of the most commonly seen 17 poisons. With just a low price, you can buy some assurance on your life. I have the celestial stone here. It'll illuminate your path like the stars themselves in the night. Those passing by, please don't miss this ideal opportunity. Countless voices echoed in the bustling market. Treasures lay everywhere, and if one had come in alone and ignorant, it'll be impossible for one to determine the authentic from the fake. Walking along the various booths, Zhang Xian suddenly frowned and came to a stop. On a booth not too far away, a gray-colored artifact, around the size of one's palm, appeared in his view. Even though his eye of insight hadn't reached the highest level yet, and he was still a far way from matching up to the means of an advanced master teacher, he was still able to easily determine the origin and background of normal artifacts. But for some reason, he was unable to assess anything about this piece of scale at all. That's weird. Zhang Xian turned to examine it more thoroughly, but his eyebrows only furrowed deeper. If he was unable to see through it, did it mean that it was an invaluable treasure? That it was far beyond his current analytical means? Friend, are you interested in my product? I can guarantee you that all of my goods here are authentic. Upon seeing that there was a customer, the vendor hurried forward and welcomed Zhang Xian with a bright smile. Authentic? Zhang Xian briefly looked through the other goods in the booth. There were many goods in this booth, numbering up to at least several 100,000. Weapons, pills, armor. Most of the things that one could think of were present here. While there were many authentic goods amidst them, there were plenty of fakes as well. All of my goods here are authentic. Indeed, the words of a merchant couldn't be trusted. Zhang Xian browsed through the various goods around the booth as lines of insight rippled in his eyes. He could see through the other objects easily, and there wasn't anything too valuable in its midst. Thus, his gaze didn't linger on them for too long before returning to the gray object. He immediately asked, "What is this?" "This?" The vendor was taken aback for a moment before a smile returned to his face. "Friend, you sure have good eyes. This is the most valuable item on my stand, and I've obtained it from the hands of a grave robber. I'm not too sure what kind of artifact it is. I've tried burning it and quenching it with water, but it doesn't leave a mark at all. On top of that, it's incredibly resilient, so I'm sure that it's definitely a top-notch treasure. The most valuable item? Who do you think you are fooling?" Seeing the other party bragging about his goods, Zhao Feiwu harumphed in disdain. All vendors would often use this line in an attempt to drive up their prices. What most valuable or most precious? One would truly be a fool if one were to believe it. How could I dare try to fool you all? This item is indeed very valuable. I've once had a 2-star appraiser to appraise it, but even he's unable to make a judgment on it as well. The vendor spoke indignantly. All right, how much does it cost? Unwilling to waste time arguing with the vendor over such insignificant matter, Zhang Xian asked. Since you're interested in it, it only means that you're fated with it. Thus, I'll sell it to you at a discount then. 100 spirit stones. Upon hearing the other party asking about the price, the vendor's eyes lit up. What did you say? Zhang Xian was taken aback, and he nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. He thought that since it was a street-side vendor, the goods should be cheap. At the very most, it should only cost 1 or 2 spirit stones, or perhaps even gold coins. Yet to think that it was that expensive. 100 spirit stones. Zhang Xian had already used up the final few pieces he had on the way here. Even if he were to sell himself away, he wouldn't be able to rake up such a price. As expected of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, even the prices they offered were equally frightening. Don't fall for it. Such vendors often offer a high price to hoodwink others. Seeing the other party's dumbfounded look, Zhao Feiwu chuckled and sent a telepathic message over. Hoodwink? I'll haggle for you, just wait and see. I'll definitely get a low price for you, Zhao Feiwu declared confidently. All right. Zhang Xian nodded. To him, 100 spirit stones was an astronomical price. It was impossible for him to take out such a sum. Since Zhao Feiwu was offering to haggle for him, he was willing to allow her to give it a try. There's no need for you to give us this kind of nonsense. It's not like we've never bought from the appraiser hall before. 100 spirit stones can already be exchanged for 10 3-star tutelage jade token. Do you think this lousy good of yours is worth this price? Why don't you rob a bank instead? Gesturing grandly, Zhao Feiwu put on the airs befitting of a veteran trader and glared at the merchant. Give us an honest price. Gongzi, you must be jesting with me. The price that I offered is an honest one. Even though this artifact may seem like nothing much, I spent a huge fortune to purchase it, and I even tried to recruit a blacksmith to work on it, just that it didn't work out in the end. Even though I can't say for sure what it is, one thing I'm certain of is that it's definitely a treasure. Laughing dryly, the vendor gritted his teeth and said, However, since Gongzi is a frequent customer, I'll make an exception then. How about this? I'll allow you to offer a price, and if it's suitable, you can take it away. Otherwise, let's just forget it. This is more like it. Since that's the case, I'll offer you 15 spirit stones then. Seeing that her old customer trick was working, Zhao Feiwu gestured gleefully. 15? Sigh, I guess this can be called fate as well. All right then, I'll make a loss this time and sell it to you for 15. The vendor said with a pained look. This works as well? Zhao Ye and the others staggered, and their eyes widened in shock. Slashing the original price of 100 to 15 in an instant, they thought the vendor would surely fly into a rage. Yet, the other party agreed to it immediately. This was way too incredible. If they hadn't seen this for themselves, they would never believe it to be true. On! Seeing that the other party had agreed to it, Zhao Feiwu felt as though she had just won a war. She turned to look at Zhang Xian gleefully and said, All right, you can pay up now. Pay up? Zhang Xian shook his head. He would love to pay up as well, but 15 spirit stones was a huge sum to him as well. Even if he were to sell all of his properties, he wouldn't be able to gather so much money. I think that 15 spirit stones is still too expensive. Zhang Xian turned to look at the vendor. 15 spirit stones is too expensive? Friend, you must be joking. This is already the lowest price I can offer you. The vendor smiled bitterly. It's indeed a fair price already. If you're interested, you should just buy it down. Seeing that the other party was still trying to haggle even though she had even slashed the price down to 15, Zhao Feiwu's eyebrows shot up. You're here to buy the soulless metal humanoid, right? Without several thousand or even 10,000 spirit stones, it's impossible for you to take it for yourself. Even so, 15 spirit stones for an object that interests you, and yet you still find it expensive? Is that so? Then, can you allow me to take a look so that I can get a clearer gauge on its price before we negotiate? Zhang Xian asked. Sure. The vendor handed the gray artifact over to Zhang Xian. Only upon taking a closer look was Zhang Xian able to see clearly what it was. It was around the size of a palm, and it took on a shade of dark brown. It was slightly arched, reminiscent of a giant piece of fish scale. There were some unique inscriptions densely scribbled on the side that was bent in, and there were some parts that were blurred, making it impossible to discern what it was. Flaws! After taking a rough glance at its outer appearance, Zhang Xian muttered silently. Even though the Eye of Insight failed to work on it, the Library of Heaven's Path should be able to determine what the artifact was. Who? A book appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. Casually taking a look at it, Zhang Xian's eyes immediately widened and his breathing hastened. This is indeed a treasure. On the book was a detailed introduction on the artifact, recording its name and flaws. Dragon Scale Protective Amulet, crafted by 6-star craftsman by Shi 2,000 years ago. It's capable of warding off the offense from a transcendent mortal 9-dan expert 3 times. Flaws. Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly. Putting everything aside, just its ability to ward off the offense of a transcendent mortal 9-dan expert 3 times already made it a fearsome tool. If he had obtained this artifact earlier, Lu Chong wouldn't have gotten injured and fall into a coma. I definitely must get this. Initially, Zhang Xian only came over out of curiosity. He didn't expect it to be so valuable. Suppressing his agitation to prevent it from appearing on his face, he was just about to agree to the deal when another voice echoed. 15 spirit stones, is it? I'll take it. Turning around, Zhang Xian saw a middle-aged man looking over with gleaming eyes, staring fixedly at the dragon scale protective amulet in his hands. Grand Master Appraiser Lu Chang! The vendor seemed to recognize the other party and he hurriedly spoke up. I would have given it to you straight since you're interested in this item. However, this friend here has set his eyes on it first, so how about you two negotiate over this matter? Grand Master Appraiser? Upon hearing how the vendor addressed the other party, Zhang Xian immediately started assessing the middle-aged man. There was an emblem pinned on his chest, on which there were 2 bright stars. A 2-star appraiser. Appraisers would also stroll around this area sometimes to browse through the different artifacts and purchase items that interest them. If they were to stumble by some valuable treasure, they could make a huge killing as well. Appraiser Lu Chang frowned. He turned to Zhang Xian and ordered, I'm interested in this item, so give up on it. Pardon me, but I'm interested in it as well. I've no intentions on giving it up. Zhang Xian shook his head. You must be pulling my leg. If I didn't know what it was, I could have given it to you. However, now that I know how valuable this artifact is, I wouldn't give it up even if you were to beat me to death. This artifact could potentially save my life 3 times. Only a fool would give up on it. You refuse to give up on it? Appraiser Lu Chang harumphed coldly. Ignoring Zhang Xian, he immediately turned to the vendor and said, Even though he has set his eyes on it, he hasn't paid up yet, right? It's only natural for the good to go to the highest bidder. How about this? I'll offer you 50 spirit stones, so sell it to me. 50? 50? The vendor's eyes lit up. He obtained this artifact unintentionally, so he had no idea how much it was actually worth. In his view, it was definitely a good deal for him to sell it for 50 spirit stones. Agitated, he quickly turned to the young man and said, Friend, Grandmaster Lu has already made an offer, so, if you're not going to offer anything higher, I'll have to ask of you to return the object to me. Zhang Xian turned to look at the vendor and said, Since that's the case, I'll offer you a price too. If you find it appropriate, sell this item to me. All right. The vendor nodded. 50 gold coins, Zhang Xian declared. 50 gold coins? The vendor froze for a moment, and he nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. The other party had offered 50 spirit stones, and yet you still dared to offer 50 gold coins. Brother, are you taking me for a fool? Chapter 450. Grave Robber. The gold coin was a generally accepted currency within the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. However, along with the rise in the rank of the kingdom, its use grew less and less frequent. One couldn't buy a spirit stone even with 1,000,000 gold coin. To offer 50 gold coin for something valued at 50 spirit stones? You must be joking. By the side, Xiao Fei's eyebrows twitched and she nearly puked blood. It took her so much effort to haggle the price down from 100 to 15, yet this fellow offered 50 gold coins. It was just a moment ago that she said that the other party might as well rob a bank. Why does it feel like Zhang Shi was the one who should be robbing a bank instead? In a sense, Zhang Xian's offer wasn't any different from daylight robbery. 50 gold coins? Appraiser Lu Chang was still worried that the other party might offer a higher price. Thus, when he heard Zhang Xian's words, he nearly burst out laughing. Where did this countryside bumpkin come from? Spirit stones and gold coins were two different trading currencies with completely different values. I offered 50 spirit stones, yet you went ahead to offer 50 gold coins. Why don't you just tell the vendor to give it to you instead? You sure are thick-skinned. Appraiser Lu Chang glanced at Zhang Xian in disdain. To declare an offer of 50 gold coins so brazenly, you're probably the only one in the entire market. I apologize, but I'll have to turn down your offer. Recovering from his shock, the owner hurriedly shook his hands. He'd thought that the other party was some rich gongzi, young master, or something similar. In the end, he turned out to be just some poor bloke. To think that he had wasted so much time on the other party. Do you think that my price isn't high enough? Zhang Xian didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled calmly in response. The vendor fell speechless. This was no longer a problem of whether the price was too low or not, but that the offer was as good as offering nothing. Have you ever seen anyone holding a stalk of grass to purchase anything? Appraiser Lu Chang, I'll be selling this item to you then. May I know if there's anything you're interested in as well? I'll wrap it up for you together. Having lost his patience for the countryside bumpkin, the vendor turned his attention to Lu Chang. Does that mean that you aren't going to sell it to me? Zhang Xian shook his head, and a look of pity flashed across his face. Sigh, I was thinking that I could solve your insomnia and nightmares if you'd sold the item to me. Since you aren't interested, let's forget about it then. After leaving behind these words, Zhang Xian placed the scale back in place, turned around, and prepared to leave. What did you say? The vendor had intended to ignore Zhang Xian regardless of what he said, but upon hearing those words, his body immediately stiffened and his face turned pale. Friend, please wait a moment. To cultivate was to go against heaven, forcibly absorbing the spiritual energy from environment to nourish oneself. Under normal circumstances, it was rare for one to suffer from insomnia and nightmares. But for some reason, for the past half a year, he found himself unable to fall asleep, and even if he managed to doze off, he would immediately be jolted awake. If it was just a day or two, he would still be fine with it. Yet, it continued on consecutively for half a year. Despite his powerful cultivation, his mind was already reaching its limit. Privately, he had consulted many physicians, but they were all powerless against it. Yet, the person before him had pointed out his problem and offered to give him a solution to it. How could he not feel agitated? Recently, do you find yourself being jolted awake frequently, sweating profusely whenever it happens? Also, when you fall asleep, does your body convulse slightly? Knowing that the other party would definitely stop him, Zhang Xian smiled and turned around. How did you know? The vendor's body trembled in shock. Due to being unable to sleep, even though he could make up for his lack of rest through cultivating day and night, his face was still unnaturally pale. Most physicians could tell that much, but waking up sweating profusely and convulsing in his sleep, these were symptoms that only he knew of. He hadn't told anyone about it before, not even his wife. How did the other party learn of it? And to even point it out directly. I can solve your problem, Zhang Xian said calmly. Solve my problem? The vendor's body trembled in agitation, unable to believe that he would be freed from his agony. You are free to choose whether to believe my words or not, but this is the only chance you're going to get. If you don't solve it soon, your lifespan will take a toll and you won't live for much longer. With his hands behind his back, Zhang Xian spoke indifferently. Even though Zhang Xian wanted the dragon scale amulet, he needed the other party to place his trust in him first. Otherwise, it would be futile no matter how much he spoke. The vendor hesitated. After a moment, he gritted his teeth, turned to the middle-aged man and said, I apologize, Appraiser Lu Chang, but it seems like I can't sell this item to you anymore. Money was important, but what could be more valuable than one's life? For the past half a year, plagued by this affliction, he had spent more than 50 spirit stones on consulting physicians, but it was to no avail. If the person before him could truly solve his affliction, then he didn't mind giving the artifact away to him. As for whether he should believe the other party, or not, just by how the other party was able to determine the symptom of his affliction, His eye of discernment was already superior to the physicians he had consulted before. Perhaps the other party might really be able to solve his affliction. Humph, there are many untrustworthy fellows loitering around the markets nowadays. You should be careful. Not expecting his 50 spirit stones to lose out to the other party's 50 gold coins, appraiser Lu Chang turned to Zhang Xian and stared at him with narrowed eyes. I don't think that it's a concern of appraiser Lu whether I am trustworthy or not. Zhang Xian waved his hands casually. Humph, very well. With an awful complexion, appraiser Lu Chang flung his sleeves and left. It would be humiliating if a well-respected appraiser like him were to cause trouble just because he couldn't buy an item. But of course, that was if he didn't know the value of the artifact he had just missed. He had only wanted to buy it due to his curiosity after finding himself unable to identify the artifact. In truth, he didn't really think that it was a huge loss just because he'd failed to obtain it. Even so, to be outdone by a countryside bumpkin despite putting in so much money, he still felt a little enraged. Friend. Upon seeing appraiser Lu leaving with a displeased expression, the vendor turned to Zhang Xian. If that fellow had truly been speaking just for the sake of it, and was unable to solve his affliction, he really might burst into tears. Offending a 2-star appraiser in this market was truly an unwise move. Don't worry, since I'm able to see through your affliction, I'll surely cure you of it. Show me your punching routine, Zhang Xian said. Yes. Without much hesitation, the vendor began executing his fist art, causing a huge gust of wind to blow. To think that even an ordinary vendor's cultivation would reach Hafsomshire, as expected of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. With sufficient resources and master teachers, its overall strength was innumerable times above that of Tianxian Kingdom. All right, that's enough. Zhang Xian waved his hands casually. As the other party's cultivation was far beneath him, Zhang Xian was able to see through most of his problem through his eye of insight. Even so, if he wanted to cure him completely, he needed the help of the Library of Heaven's Path to determine the root of the illness. You've quite a few valuable objects on you, but if I'm not wrong, you obtained them through depraved means. The objects have an ancient tone to them, and there's a slight green shade to their surface. This is caused by a lack of air ventilation. On top of that, an aura of death is exuding from you. If I'm not mistaken, your expertise is digging graves. Walking up to the vendor, Zhang Xian looked around before speaking nonchalantly. Yo you! The vendor's face paled, and he nearly fell to the floor in fright. Digging graves was a nicer way to put it. In truth, he was a grave robber. No matter how powerful an expert was, regardless of whether he reached Jizuan realm or transcendent mortal realm, it was impossible for him to escape the sands of time. Eventually, all would be swept away by the river of history. After their deaths, these people would be buried in a tomb along with their most prized possessions. And it was exactly through digging these places and selling the artifacts of the dead that the vendor's business could grow to such a scale. However, he had hidden this fact well. Many of his close friends weren't aware of it. Thus, having his main trade being exposed by Zhang Xian left him lightheaded, and he nearly fainted from shock. You don't need to worry, I've no interest in your business. Chuckling softly, Zhang Xian continued. I'm just talking about the origin of your affliction. If you'd only dug up ordinary tombs, there wouldn't be any problems at all. However, 8 months ago, you dug up the grave of a transcendent mortal. Am I mistaken? Zhang Xian looked over. This. No, you aren't. The vendor clenched his jaws. Unfortunately for you, that transcendent mortal was betrayed by his wife and killed by his good friend, causing his resentment to linger in the world even after his death. If my judgment doesn't fail me, you must have taken a personal possession of his and carried it along with you. Zhang Xian continued asking. Yes. The vendor nodded his head as he stared at the fellow before him as though he had seen a ghost. The other party's tomb was shabby and there was nothing of value there except for a personal amulet. Since it seemed as though it was at least worth something, he'd taken it along with him. How did this fellow know about something so private? On top of that, to describe it so clearly as though he had seen it himself? It's precisely due to the resentment contained within this object that you found yourself suffering from insomnia and convulsions when you finally fall asleep. It's actually not too difficult for you to solve your problem. You just have to return to the tomb, pay respects to the owner, return the amulet, and treat his descendants well. If so, your affliction should disappear," Zhang Xian stated. In truth, the affliction this vendor was suffering from was kind of similar to that of apothecary Qin Shao back then. The latter took possession of an apothecary's cauldron while disregarding his promise toward the other party. As a result, he was cursed. On the other hand, this vendor had been plagued with the resentment of a transcendent mortal expert for a long period of time. It would have been bizarre if there hadn't been anything wrong with him. If he didn't resolve the issue soon, his longevity would definitely be reduced significantly. Most probably, in less than a few years, just as with apothecary Qin Shao back then, the aura of death would shroud him, claiming his vitality. Zhang Xian's words from before claiming that the other party wouldn't live for long wasn't just fear-mongering. "Master, thank you for your guidance." Given how the other party's analysis was spot on, the vendor already felt significant trust toward Zhang Xian's words, and he was filled with gratitude for him. All along, he thought that it was a problem with his body. Never in his dreams could he have imagined that it would be due to this. "This item. Master, please take it." Upon learning the method to curing his affliction, the vendor immediately passed the dragon scale protective amulet over. He had no idea what use this artifact had, but no matter of how expensive it was, he didn't think that it could be more valuable than his life. In a sense, he had profited from this deal. Zhang Xian nodded his head and kept the amulet. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he took out a pile of gold coins. There were precisely 50 of them in the stack. "Here is your money. There's no need for it." The vendor shook his hands, turning down the payment. Rather than taking this measly sum of money, he might as well just give the amulet away. At the very least, he could win the goodwill of the other party in this way. "Why is there no need for it? Since we've agreed on the price, if I don't pay you, wouldn't it be no different from robbery?" Zhang Xian spoke righteously. "This. All right then." Left with no choice, the vendor could only accept Zhang Xian's payment. "This works as well?" Taking the entire happening into sight, Zhao Feiwu felt as though her understanding of the world was being overturned. Buying a treasure worth 50 spirit stones for 50 gold coin, and for the seller to even thank the buyer for it. That was way too incredible. As the daughter of the Alliance head of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, the princess of an empire, she had seen many formidable physicians, but to tell that someone was sick and even deduce that the other party was a grave robber. You aren't a physician at all. You must be a fortune teller instead. Chapter 451. Spirit Calming Grass. Having bought the dragon scale protective amulet for 50 gold coins, Zhang Xian bade the vendor farewell in satisfaction. There was no one in the world who was completely healthy, and demanding compensation for treatment wasn't anything much. Even if one was truly healthy, one would at least want to raise one's cultivation. Considering how even a 4-star master teacher wasn't capable of making a person achieve a breakthrough with just a short moment of guidance, Zhang Xian's guidance was more than sufficient to replace a tutelage jade token. Even without money, Zhang Xian was confident that he could buy this artifact for sure. Thus, he wasn't worried at all. After walking around the market for a while longer, the group realized that there was nothing else of value left here. Thus, Zhao Feiwu said, "Let's go up and take a look. The treasures on the second floor are much more valuable than those of the first floor, and most of them have already been verified by appraisers." As such, the crowd headed up the stairs. The second floor wasn't as chaotic as the first floor, where booths and shouting vendors filled the entire venue. The scale of the second floor was much smaller, and there were various stores in the area. The objects on display were clearly much more valuable than those on the first floor. If what was sold on the first floor could be considered as miscellaneous goods, then those on the second floor could be considered as true treasures. All the stores here had at least 100 years of history to them, and regardless of whether it was their reputation or the goods that were on sale in their shops, they were much better than the booths on the first floor. Hung at the front of each store were all kinds of plaques, such as Master Mo Shio's appraised treasures, Master Sun Xiang's appraised treasures, Master Hong Li's appraised treasures. All kinds of different goods were displayed in each store. Even though these stores weren't large and the items inside weren't as many as the booths below, just the fact that it carried the name of the appraisers attracted the gazes of many, making them even more popular than the booths below. The largest store on the second floor is First Class Pavilion, which is right in front of us. The items they sell, just like their name, are all top grade. Even though it isn't operated by an appraiser, it's the most bustling store here. In fact, appraisers also frequent there personally to trade for some treasures, Jin Sohai said. He had been here before, so he knew quite a bit about this place. As for Zhao Feiwu, she only knew about this location from some books, so she wasn't too sure about the details. Let's go over and take a look. The primary objective of Zhang Xian's trip here was the soulless metal humanoid, so he wasn't really interested in the other miscellaneous stuff. However, since the supposed first-class pavilion was right before them, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. Besides, he could also try asking about the metal humanoid there. Walking past row after row of stores, it didn't take long before they stopped by a vast space with 3 gold words written on it. With just a look, Zhang Xian could tell that the calligraphy had reached an extremely high level of artistic conception. To think that it would be an art piece of the 5th level! Zhang Xian's eyes couldn't help but light up. He was a 3-star painter, so he had an in-depth knowledge of calligraphy and painting. The 3 large words First-Class Pavilion might seem simple on the surface, but the words were written with forceful and flowy strokes, giving a feeling as though the words would leap out at any moment, just like an ascending flood dragon. It was clear that the words were anything but simple, and it had already reached the 5th level of painting. At this kind of level, the words had already reached the level of spirit creation. Even if one were to look at it for an extended period of time, not only would one not feel fatigued, one would even feel refreshed and revitalized. Just these 3 words were probably worth a huge fortune already. As expected of the number 1 store in the appraiser hall, its scale sure wasn't anything that the other stores could match up to. Walking into the store, Zhang Xian saw several people strolling about the displays. Some of the customers dressed in appraiser robes were staring fixedly at the treasures before them with a tranced look. All occupations were enjoyable when one could immerse oneself into it. Appraising was the same as well. Some of the most exquisite masterpieces were at a quality such that even the greatest craftsmen and blacksmiths could only create one in their entire lives. It was practically impossible to replicate it, and these were the treasures that left countless appraisers awed when they examined them. "Welcome, may I know what you are looking for? I can guide you around if you need," offered an attendant as he walked over. "There's no need for that, we'll just take a casual look." Zhang Xian shook his hands. Then, he walked over to the various treasures displayed on the shelves. They were indeed much more valuable than the artifacts seen below. All of the items carried a powerful aura, and they seemed to resonate with the spiritual energy in the air. Even without the eye of insight, it was apparent with a look that they were of great value. Upon seeing that Zhang Xian's gaze was on a Qi, 3 centimeters, large cauldron, the attendant immediately walked forward and introduced. "This is the divine copper cauldron. If you were to put spirit stones inside, it would automatically refine and cleanse it, making it easier to absorb the spiritual energy within it. Using this object, your speed of cultivation can be heightened by 10%. As for this, it's the 9 Dragons Cauldron. Every single mouth of the cauldron harnesses a surge of sword qi, making it a formidable weapon when it's activated. Even a Zhongshu realm pinnacle expert would be killed swiftly before it." Upon hearing the introduction, Zhang Xian nodded his head in awe. Honestly speaking, all of these items were truly worthy of being classified as treasures. If placed in any of the Tier 1 kingdoms, it could become a national weapon to deter aggressors. But after taking a look at the price, Zhang Xian couldn't help but smile bitterly. None of these items were cheap. Putting everything aside, just the divine copper cauldron was already worth 200 spirit stones, and the 9 Dragons Cauldron was priced at 320 spirit stones. Even a Tier 1 kingdom would be unable to fork out such a sum. Even if it was Xianyuan Kingdom, its finances would probably suffer greatly for many years if it were to purchase it. This is the appraisal authentication certificate? Regardless of whether it was the divine copper cauldron of the Nine Dragons cauldron, there was a carved jade at its bottom which detailed the name of an appraiser, his evaluation, as well as his signature. Yes, most of the treasures of our first-class pavilion will go through the hands of appraisers to have them authenticated. We will never deceive our customers, the attendant said proudly. On. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Then, with a thought, lines of insight appeared in his eyes. Eye of insight. He wanted to see if there was any treasure beyond his current means here. It didn't take him long to skim through the artifacts in the room, and in the end, he simply shook his head. There were many valuable treasures here, but there was nothing beyond him like the dragon scale protective amulet from before. Teacher, appraiser Lu Chang. Just as Zhang Xian was looking around to see if there were any treasures he had missed, Yuan Tao exclaimed in shock. Following the direction of Yuan Tao's finger, Zhang Xian saw a familiar figure. It was the person who competed with him over the dragon scale protective amulet previously. At this moment, his haughtiness and aura of superiority had disappeared. He followed behind an elder with a respectful look just like a humble student. The elder was in his 50s, and he had an authoritative disposition to him. With a single glance, it was clear that he was a person who had been on a powerful position for a long period of time. Right in front of the duo was an average-sized plant with a purple flower on top. Amidst the petals, faint yellow veins could be seen, and it exuded a faint fragrance which left one in a tranquil state upon being breathed in. On top of treasures, the first-class pavilion also dealt in some of the rarer medicinal herbs. Ashen stems, slightly yellow leaves, petals divided by yellow veins. Could this be spirit common grass? After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Feiwu asked. This Gongzi indeed has good eyes. That's indeed spirit common grass. This is the only stock within the entire Myriad Kingdom Alliance, and our first-class pavilion bought it at an exorbitant price. It's said to be exceptionally useful in nourishing one's soul, and rumor has it that it can even wake a dormant soul. The attendant chuckled. Wake a dormant soul. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up, and unknowingly, his fists clenched tightly together. Chapter 452 Purchasing a herb at an inexpensive price. However, he quickly shook his head with a bitter smile. Zhang Xian had stumbled across the spirit calming grass in one of the books he had read, and its main function was to calm one's spirit, allowing one to enter the state of heart of tranquil water more easily. It didn't have the effect of waking a dormant soul. Otherwise, given Zhang Xian's understanding of herbs, he wouldn't be at a loss over the matter. Wake a person's soul? That's impossible! Zhao Feiwu frowned. She had read many books regarding medicinal herbs as well, and she knew that the effects of this herb weren't as exaggerated as the attendant put it out to be. Normal spirit calming grass indeed doesn't have that effect, but this one is different. It's the Emperor spirit calming grass, and it grows by consuming the spiritual energy within spirit stones. As such, its properties have been enhanced to the point that it's highly effective even for transcendent mortal experts. Upon speaking of this stalk of grass, the attendant's eyes began to glow. Consuming spiritual energy within spirit stones? It's fed using spirit stones? Correct. From its germination, it's placed within a unique formation which extracts the purest spiritual energy contained within a spirit stone to provide the required energy for the spirit calming grass's growth. And to grow to such a size, this spirit calming grass has probably consumed over 100 pieces of spirit stones. Considering the manpower and resources required to groom this herb, it's definitely an invaluable treasure, the attendant explained. Zhang Xian was taken aback. 100 spirit stones just to groom a stalk of grass? Even Zhang Xian had yet to expend so many spirit stones in his cultivation. To think that a single stalk of grass would be treated even better than him. It was truly the case of a human being beneath a stalk of grass. Indeed. Due to the great care showered upon it during its growth, its property has been enhanced greatly, granting it immense effects on one's soul, the attendant said. Even though Zhang Xian was surprised, he didn't take the attendant's words at face value. Instead, he activated his eye of insight and took a closer look. He had to determine for himself whether this stalk of grass was truly effective on dormant souls. Soon, his eyes lit up. Even though the medicinal herb was expensive, it wasn't beyond Zhang Xian's current cultivation realm yet. According to the information reflected in the Eye of Insight, it was really useful toward dormant souls. However, unlike what the attendant said, it couldn't wake dormant souls. Instead, it simply stabilized it, preventing it from dissipating. Even though dormant souls were known to be souls that were sleeping, in truth, they were just too weak to be woken up. It was just like how a severely ill patient was too weak to get up from his bed. The great impact that Lu Chang's body suffered back then had caused his soul to dissipate. Even though Zhang Xian had saved him swiftly, the other party still suffered great damage, and the strength of his soul was less than 1/100th of what it was previously. As such, it was unable to sustain the functions of his body, resulting in his coma. Even though this spirit-calming grass didn't have the ability to wake Lu Chang up, it could stabilize his soul and even strengthen it slowly. I must get it! Zhang Xian had no idea how he could wake Lu Chang up at this point, but one thing he was certain was that he couldn't allow his soul to grow weaker and weaker. Since he had stumbled across this spirit-calming grass, he mustn't allow it to pass him by. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xian turned to the attendant and asked, "This. How much does it cost?" "This stalk of spirit-calming grass is one of the most expensive treasures in our first-class pavilion. It's priced at 500 spirit stones," the attendant said. 500? Zhang Xian's body shook. He couldn't even take out 5 spirit stones at the moment, not to mention 500. "You must be jesting. Will you accept my 500 gold coins instead?" "Appraiser Hall. Why don't you call it Daylight Robbery Hall instead? Given how expensive every single one of your items are, how in the world do you expect others to buy it? Surely there are very few customers who can afford that sum." Just as Zhang Xian was considering how he could lower the price to 500 gold coins and take it down, a deep voice sounded in front of him. "All right, I'll be taking that spirit-calming grass. Also, help me wrap up the verdant bamboo, deep accruing grass, Yinyang umbrella, that I've just browsed through as well." Lifting his head, Zhang Xian saw that the one who had just spoken was the elder who came in along with appraiser Lu Chang. It seemed as though in the other party's view, 500 spirit stones were no different from 500 gold coins. "Sure." Upon hearing the other party's words, the attendant serving the elder hurriedly took the various items that the elder pointed out excitedly. The more the customer buys, the greater the commission of the attendant. "I apologize, but it's already sold. Customer, why don't you continue browsing around to see if there's anything that would interest you?" The attendant who tagged along with Zhang Xian shook his head in disappointment upon seeing that the spirit-calming grass had been taken away. "There's no need for me to look any further, I want this herb." There was nothing else in this store that caught Zhang Xian's eyes. As such, he walked forward and said, "Wait a moment! It can't be that you're still interested in the spirit-calming herb?" Seeing Zhang Xian rushing forward and shouting "Wait a moment," the attendant beside him leaped in fright. The other party had already said that he was taking it. If you were to insist on taking it away at this point, it'll be no different from theft. But more importantly, do you know who the other party is? To rush over despite not knowing who the other party is, aren't you being too reckless? Zhang Xian's voice was bright and clear, and he immediately caught the notice of the elder and the others around him. Upon seeing Zhang Xian, appraiser Lu Chang began glaring at the other party. He had just attempted to claim the item that the other party was buying. Could the other party be holding a grudge, so he wanted to do the same as well? "What are you up to?" Thus, appraiser Lu Chang stepped in front and blocked Zhang Xian's path. Since he couldn't be bothered with appraiser Lu Chang, Zhang Xian turned to the elder and said, "I want this spirit-calming grass. We've already set our eyes on this herb, you should look for other items to buy." Appraiser Lu Chang waved his hands. "Even though you have set your eyes on it, you haven't paid for it yet, right?" It's only natural for the good to go to the highest bidder. As long as the price I offer is higher than yours, I should be able to take it. Zhang Xian replied appraiser Lu Chang calmly. You! Appraiser Lu Chang's chest rose and fell rapidly, and he nearly erupted on the spot. Those words were extremely familiar to him. It was exactly what he said to the other party just a moment ago. It seemed like this fellow was really here to cause trouble. Otherwise, how could their words be identical? Xiao Feiwu and Jing Sohai exchanged glances and smiled bitterly. Zhang Xian indeed wasn't one to let anyone who crossed him get away easily. However, the elder didn't look like someone who lacked money. It would be no easy feat to purchase the item he had set his eyes upon. What is your offer then? Just to let you know, we're purchasing this spirit calming grass for 500 spirit stones. Suppressing his fury, appraiser Lu Chang harumphed. The fellow before had to hesitate even before a measly sum of 15 spirit stones, so it was almost certain that he didn't have much money. To outbid them on this medicinal herb and take it away was surely impossible for him. Can you give this spirit calming grass away to me? Zhang Xian turned to the elder and asked. Even though appraiser Lu Chang's standing was high, he acted subserviently before this elder. From this, it could be seen that the standing of the elder was far superior to appraiser Lu Chang. Also, the one who was buying the spirit calming grass was the elder, so appraiser Lu Chang probably had no say in this matter. Since he had no say, what was the point of wasting time with him? Upon being ignored, appraiser Lu Chang's face flushed bright red. The elder had been watching the argument of the duo, and with his hands behind his back, he replied impassively. He's my student, so he has a say in whether I'll sell this medicinal herb or not. However, I do have a use for this medicinal herb and I don't wish to part with it. Thus, it doesn't matter how high a price you offer. Student? Given that appraiser Lu Chang was a 2-star appraiser, his teacher must be at least a 3-star or even 4-star appraiser. It was no wonder that he could buy a stock of medicinal herb priced at 500 spirit stones so easily. Doesn't matter how high a price I offer? That might not necessarily be the case, Zhang Xian said. Oh? Why don't you tell me your offer then? The elder looked at Zhang Xian in interest. The attendants spectating the commotion were also filled with curiosity. That young man might be unaware of who the elder was, but they were extremely clear about his identity. Even if this elder wasn't the richest man in Hahai City, he wasn't too far away from it. Even if one could offer up something that interested this elder, it would probably have an astronomical price. Zhao Feiwu and the others were also intrigued and curious. This fellow had bought the dragon scale protective amulet previously through his medical skills, so until now, they had no idea how much wealth this young man possessed. Since he was determined to buy this spirit calming grass, he should at least take out a portion of his fortune now. After all, without real money, the first-class pavilion wouldn't sell something worth 500 spirit stones to him. Even if Zhang Xian intended to talk his way out of it, these attendants weren't qualified to make the decision. After all, such a sum of money was way beyond them as well. Just as everyone was perplexed over this matter, curious to see what Zhang Xian would do next, the young man in question declared confidently. I can offer 500 gold coins. Pooh! Appraiser Lu Chang nearly spurted a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. This again? Is there even a point to be doing this? When I offered 50 spirit stones to buy down that bizarre object, you offered 50 gold coins in exchange. This time, for such a valuable spirit calming grass, you intend to use the same method as well. Can we start conversing properly? The mouths of the attendants watching the commotion also twitched violently. The young man had spoken so confidently, so they thought that he would offer a huge sum of money. In the end, to offer 500 gold coins. You're here to cause trouble, right? The attendant who had been waiting on Zhang Xian ever since his entry felt so embarrassed that he wanted to find a pit to bury himself in. He thought that Zhang Xian would really be able to offer a price that no one could match up with, but to think that it was this. Cough cough. Even if you don't have sufficient money, you shouldn't offer something that can't even buy you a handful of dirt. Just as the crowd was about to faint from the ridiculousness of the situation, Zhao Feiwu slapped her forehead and said, Elder Jean, prepare to make a move. I'm afraid that if we don't protect him, he might end up being pummeled to death. Yes. Jean Sohai nodded as he secretly propelled the Junqi in his body, preparing himself to make a move at any moment. He shared the same sentiments as Gongzi. This elder was clearly of high standing, and to provoke such a person as well, Zhang Xian was truly arrogant. In fact, he found it a miracle that the other party could survive until now given his character. Purchasing a spirit-calming grass for 500 gold coins? As expected, the elder's face immediately darkened. His aura began gushing out like a gigantic torrent. Even though it was hard to gauge his cultivation realm, his strength didn't seem to pale to Jean Sohai in any way. Most probably, the other party had at least reached Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan. Indeed. Zhang Xian nodded. Seeing how the other party admitted to it so candidly without the slightest hint of embarrassment, the elder harumphed. Do you think that the first-class pavilion would reject an offer of 500 spirit stones and sell such a valuable herb to you for 500 gold coins instead? Who do you think you are? Do you think that you are the lord of Honghai City or the head of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance? I am neither of the two. I'm just someone who's interested in buying the spirit-calming grass. Zhang Xian shook his head calmly. Besides, I intend to buy it from you instead of the first-class pavilion. I believe that you'll definitely sell it to me for 500 gold coins. Buy it from me? The elder flew into a frenzy, and his facial muscles convulsed violently. How can you be so sure that I'll be so cheap as to sell a medicinal herb worth 500 spirit stones to you for 500 gold coins? You must be dreaming. Chapter 453. Purchasing a herb at an inexpensive price too. Even though he was rich, it didn't come from nowhere. Naturally, he wouldn't be so foolish as to sell an item he bought for 500 spirit stones for 500 gold coins. Was there something wrong with this fellow's head? Otherwise, how could one speak such foolish words? Turning his head to look at the young man, he saw the other party nodding his head with a smile. Indeed. Are you done yet? Do you know who my teacher is? How dare you speak such arrogant words here? Seeing how the other party was going overboard as to even provoke his teacher, appraiser Lu Chang couldn't hold himself back anymore and stepped forward. Who your teacher is? Given his sharp eyes that could determine the crux of an artifact with a single glance, if I'm not mistaken, he must be an appraiser. Zhang Xian glanced at appraiser Lu Chang. It's good that you know that much. My teacher is. Lu Chang was just about to introduce his teacher's identity when the elder interrupted. Alright, since you know that I'm an appraiser, you should know that I've no lack of money. Thus, you should know that it's impossible for me to sell something that I've already bought. He finally understood that the fellow must have something wrong with his head. As he couldn't be bothered with to argue with a psycho, he turned to his attendant and said, Wrap these items up for me and send them over to my residence. Yes. The attendant nodded. Before long, several stocks of herbs and artifacts were brought to one side to be packed. Zhao Ye and the others sneaked a glance over and they were astounded. Even though the elder didn't buy much, every single one of the item was exceptionally expensive. None of their prices were below 300 spirit stones. The total cost had already exceeded 2,000 spirit stones. To spend so much money in one go without the slightest hesitation, the elder's wealth was indeed astonishing. Facing such a person, their teacher actually offered to purchase a herb worth 500 spirit stones for 500 gold coins. Wasn't that going a little too far? Staring at their teacher doubtfully to see what he would do next, they only saw him placing his hands behind his back and shaking his head with a look of pity. Sigh, I thought that an appraiser would at least be a little sharper when purchasing something. To think that you would spend such a huge sum of money just to take away a fake. Your preferences are indeed hard to understand. There was a hint of lamentation to his tone, as though disappointed by the other party's actions. Fake? Do you know who my teacher is? How dare you spout nonsense here? Appraiser Lu Chang thought that the other party would tone it down after his teacher had spared him. Yet the other party still went on to utter such words. Lu Chang's face immediately darkened. Are you done yet? My teacher chose to let you off, and yet you still dare to say that he bought a fake. Are you seeking death? Sigh. Zhang Xian was completely unconcerned with the other party's reprimand and simply sighed once more. Shaking his head, he continued, It's one thing for one's eyes to be bad, but to refuse to admit to it as well. More importantly, you still claim to be some incredible figure. How humiliating. Forget it, since you're unwilling to listen to my advice and insist on buying a fake. I won't be nosy then. Let's go! After finishing his piece, Zhang Xian prepared to leave with Zhao Ye and the others. Hold it right there! Who did you say is buying a fake? If you don't clarify yourself right now, don't even think of leaving. Seeing how the other party was hinting at his teacher buying a fake and shamelessly denying the matter, appraiser Lu Chang couldn't hold himself back any longer and immediately stepped forward. At the same time, his aura gushed out. Jinqi drove through his body, granting him immense strength. Transcendent Mortal One Dan prolonged longevity realm. Even though he was at the same realm as Ding Hong, he was a cultivator of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, and was entitled to significantly greater resources than the latter, and as such, he was much stronger as well. If he were to make a move, Zhang Xian would probably find it hard to withstand his might. Even so, Zhang Xian remained completely nonchalant to the immense might the other party was exuding. Instead, he glanced at the other party disdainfully and said, Why? Not only do you have bad vision, causing you to be unable to discern a fake good, you're also attempting to silence those who advise you out of goodwill? Zhang Xian had encountered many of such situations as Yang Xian. Without such confidence, he wouldn't have been able to fool others with his act. Bad vision? Do you know who my teacher is? There are countless people in Haohai City who are begging my teacher to spare a glance at their artifacts. With a face reddened in anger, Lu Chang lashed out. However, halfway through his words, the elder walked over. Enough! Waving his hands casually to stop Lu Chang, the elder turned to Zhang Xian and said, You said that I bought a fake, so may I know which one is it? Do you have any proof of it? Even though the elder had asked an extremely ordinary question, his tone carried deep confidence, exerting a huge pressure on Zhang Xian. It felt as though as long as Zhang Xian were to misspeak, he would immediately be punished. Proof? Are you sure you want to know? Zhang Xian smiled. If your reasoning is sound and you have evidence of the matter, I'll admit to my vision being bad. However, if it ends up that you're only spouting rubbish to gain the attention of others, I can overlook it, but I'm afraid that Lu Chang might not share my sentiments. The elder's tone was filled with authority. As an appraiser, being accused of making a flawed judgment was a huge matter. If the other party was truly speaking nonsense, even if he didn't make a move, his student, Lu Chang, also wouldn't let the other party off. This fellow sure knows how to cause trouble. Taking all of these into sight, Zhao Feiwu rolled her eyes. In her view, if Zhang Xian really wanted the spirit calming grass, he should just take out the money required for it. To make an enemy out of such a powerful figure for this was the most foolish decision one could make. Why must he cause trouble wherever he goes? Couldn't he learn how to stay still? If only he was willing to take out the money, wouldn't the matter be solved easily? If Zhang Xian were to learn of the other party's thoughts, he would definitely burst into tears. You are the daughter of the Alliance head, the princess of the Empire. It's easy for you to say those words since you don't lack money. If I had the money too, do you think that I'd be so bored as to put my life at risk just to act cool? Spouting rubbish to gain the attention of others? You're thinking too much into it. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian stepped forward and pointed at the pile of objects that the elder had just bought. This verdant bamboo is something that you have just bought, right? Indeed. Teacher spent 300 spirit stones on buying this verdant bamboo. Just to let you know, it's the only one you'll find in the entire Haohai City. Lu Chang sneered coldly. Why, do you think that there's a problem with it? The item was right there, and there was a label beneath it. There was nothing to deny about it. Besides, Lu Chang didn't think that there was a problem with this object either. He had also taken a close look at that item and verified that there was no problem with it. Ignoring the other party's words, Zhang Xian circled around the bamboo, touched it with the tip of his finger, and as though having confirmed something, he smiled and asked, "May I know what the properties of the verdant bamboo are, and what do you intend to do with this medicinal herb?" The verdant bamboo is a unique spirit medicine. Its leaves are the main ingredient to forging verdant crystalline pills. This pill can nurture a heart of crystal within one to dispel one's inner demons, thus putting one in a state of calmness. It's exceptionally useful to transcendent mortal 3 Dan Yin-Yang realm experts. As for the stem, it's extremely tough and it can be used to forge the spirit weapons, verdant bow, and piercing arrows. The verdant bow is a spirit lotur weapon, and when paired with the piercing arrows, it can easily pierce through one's body. Due to the extreme speed of arrow when the two are paired together, it's capable of killing one without even leaving behind a wound. It's one of the weapons that transcendent mortal experts are willing to fork out an exorbitant sum to buy. And of course, it has one last method of utilization: it can be used as a formation core. However, this property is significantly weaker than the former two and it's not worth mentioning at all. Stroking his beard, the elderly spoke impassively. His composed voice was tinged with confidence as he revealed his broad knowledge on the matter. Most people knew that the verdant bamboo was valuable, but very few were aware of its uses. It was only because of his identity as an appraiser that he knew a thing or two about it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent a hulking sum of 300 spirit stones to purchase it. Indeed, most people only know that the leaves of the verdant bamboo can be forged into a pill. Very few know that it can be forged into a bow, arrow, and serve as a formation core as well. It's impressive that you know all of these. After praising the other party, Zhang Xian's lips curled up and he continued on. Since you know the various functions of the verdant bamboo, may I know if you're using it to lay out a formation, forge a bow and arrows, or forge a pill? Given that the stem and the leaves came from the same origin, the medicinal properties of the leaves could be best brought out if the stem was used as fuel for the pill forging process. On the other hand, for the forging of the bow and arrow, the verdant bamboo would have to be nourished in a unique medicinal fluid when it's still in its freshest state. However, if one were to do so, the leaves would be mixed in with impurities, rendering it useless. And similarly, if the verdant bamboo was used as a formation core, one would have to carve inscriptions on it. This would damage the leaves and bamboos, rendering it unusable for any other purpose. Thus, even though the verdant bamboo had 3 uses to it, one could only choose one of it for each bamboo. If one attempted to be ambitious and use a single bamboo for multiple purpose, one might potentially end up simply wasting the bamboo instead. Of course, it's for pill forging. Even though it isn't too bad to use it for the other purposes, the verdant crystalline pill is still the most valuable of the 3. A deep frown appeared on the elder's face. He had no idea what Zhang Xian was up to, but even so, he still answered his question patiently. The verdant crystalline pill was a nourishment that was useful to even a transcendent mortal 3 Dan Yin-Yang realm expert. Every single pill could fetch an astronomical sum. This wasn't something that the verdant bow or the formation could match up with. If one wanted to maximize one's profit from the verdant bamboo, one should definitely choose to forge the most valuable verdant crystalline pill. After receiving the answer to his question, Zhang Xian declared, "Since you're intending to forge verdant crystalline pills, I can tell you upright that what you bought is a fake." Fake? The verdant bamboo has a smooth green body, reminiscent of jade. There is a huge gap in between its leaves, and even the sharp edge of a blade cannot wound it. On every single division, there are 3 leaves, and each leaf has 7 veins on it. This time, it was Lu Chang who replied. He swiftly stated dozens of ways to appraise the authenticity of a verdant bamboo, and every single point that he mentioned matched the properties of the bamboo in his hand. This is the way to ascertain the authenticity of a verdant bamboo. Even I can easily tell that it's definitely an authentic good, and yet you're saying that it's a fake? Fine, if this is a fake, why don't you tell me what's wrong with it? Your method of appraising is indeed correct. Zhang Xian nodded with a smile, not refuting the other party's words at all. Ah? Since you know it, why do you say that it's a fake? Lu Chang was taken aback by the other party's words. You've memorized it accurately. and your method of appraisal is correct as well. There's no doubt that this is a verdant bamboo. Zhang Xian chuckled lightly. These have been confirmed by our predecessors, how dare you try to deny? Huh! What did you just say? If that's the case, why do you claim that it's fake? Are you making a fool of us? Everyone thought that Zhang Xian would deny the matter, but he admitted to it directly. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Even Zhao Feiwu and Jin Sohai found their eyebrows shooting up. You claimed that the other party had bought a fake, and yet, the next moment, you turned around and said that it is real. Even a person with dissociative identity disorder wouldn't be as fickle as you. Chapter 454 Purchasing a herb at an inexpensive price 3. Making a fool of you all? You are misunderstanding my intentions. Even though the other party's face was turning green, Zhang Xian didn't fall into a panic. Instead, he chuckled lightly and said, I only said that it's a fake because you are intending to use it to forge verdant crystalline pills. I have never said that it isn't a verdant bamboo. Confused by Zhang Xian's words, the elder and Lu Chang glanced at one another in bewilderment. Eventually, the latter couldn't hold himself back any longer and asked, What do you mean? The attendants, Zhao Feiwu, and the others were baffled as well. They had no idea what Zhang Xian was up to. Simple, there's no doubt that this is a verdant bamboo, but if you were to use its leaves to forge verdant crystalline pills, I can guarantee you that not only will the pills be ineffective, one will even die from consuming it. Zhang Xian said. Death? You must be joking. Transcendent mortals have the ability to communicate with the world and sense the surroundings. While it grants them great strength, it also makes them particularly vulnerable to external influences, making it easy for them to breed inner demons. The verdant crystalline pill forges a heart of crystal within one, thus significantly reducing the damage one could suffer from inner demons. There are only benefits to be derived from its consumption, so how could anyone die from consuming it? Lu Chang uttered in disbelief. Even the elder couldn't help but shake his head. As a transcendent mortal, one's will could meld together with one's environment to move the energy in one's surroundings. However, this made it particularly easy for inner demons to appear. The verdant crystalline pill was the best medicine for one to dispel inner demons, and he had even consumed one himself. Its effectiveness was so great that he couldn't even put it into words, so how could one possibly die from it? This was clearly nonsense. Besides, as a skilled appraiser, he had also appraised the crystalline pill for others, and the other party had consumed it before him. There were no problems whatsoever with it. To die from consuming it was completely unheard of. Can you prove it? The elder turned to Zhang Xian and harumphed. If the other party couldn't prove it, then he could only be spouting nonsense. If it were anyone else, there would be no way to prove it other than forging the pill and consuming it. However, it just happens that I do have a way to prove it. As though expecting the other party to ask this question, Zhang Xian's lips curled up. He turned to Lu Chang and asked, I'll have to trouble you to fetch a piece of leaf for me. Lu Chang turned to the elder, and upon seeing the latter nod his head, he walked over and plucked out a leaf. Try burning it with fire, Zhang Xian instructed. Teacher. The elder gestured toward him. Do as he says. Even though he didn't quite trust the other party's words, the other party's calmness had unnerved him. If the other party was truly spouting nonsense, the other party would have surely flustered before his immense strength and authority. Yet, not only was the other party calm, his movements also exuded deep confidence. This cast doubt in the elder's mind. Could the verdant bamboo really be a fake? But that's impossible. He had specially examined it several times, and regardless of whether it was its stem, leaves, or the degree of hardness, there were no problems whatsoever. Yes. Upon receiving his teacher's consent, Lu Chang nodded and took out an ignitable fire roll. Then, he turned to Zhang Xian and harumphed coldly. This single leaf is worth at least dozens of spirit stones. If your words turn out to be a lie, I'll be expecting you to compensate our loss. There were only 12 leaves on the verdant bamboo. Given that the entire bamboo was worth 300 spirit stones, every leaf was worth an exorbitant sum. A single leaf was more than sufficient to purchase a city in Tianwu Kingdom. In that sense, every leaf was literally worth a city. Yet, due to this fellow's claim, they were going to burn a single leaf. The huge loss left even a 2-star appraiser like him with an aching heart. Don't worry, if there's no problem with the verdant bamboo, I'll surely compensate you. However, I'm afraid that you won't be saying such words in a moment's time, Zhang Xian said. Humph, let's see what you're up to then. Seeing the confidence on Zhang Xian's face, Lu Chang harumphed. He ignited the ignitable fire roll and placed it beneath the leaves. 1. After around 2 minutes, just as Lu Chang was about to demand Zhang Xian to compensate them, his hands suddenly jolted violently. The green leaf abruptly turned black and an incomparably pungent smell exuded from it. If there was hell in this world, this was probably what it would smell like. The sight felt extremely sinister. Ah! Shocked, Lu Chang subconsciously let go of the fire roll and the leaf. This. Jin Sohai and Gu Mu stared at one another in shock. Ah? The elder was initially looking at Zhang Xian nonchalantly, but at this moment, his face abruptly warped in shock. He swiftly stepped forward to grab the leaf with his hands, and he stared at it with a grim expression, as though unable to believe the sight before him. What a potent poison! If this were infused into the verdant crystalline pill, not only would it not dispel one's inner demons, it would even seep into one's jinqi, assault one's internal organs, causing one to die on the spot. As he spoke, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. If the other party hadn't said anything at all and he'd taken the verdant bamboo back to have it forged into verdant crystalline pills, many people would have died. At the same time, his reputation would be completely ruined. On top of that, he was intending to consume one himself to try for a breakthrough into a higher realm. If he were to really eat it, putting aside his reputation and his standing, even his life would be gone. What's the meaning of this? The elder couldn't maintain his calmness any longer. He turned to look at the attendant with an incredibly awful complexion. Dang Lang! Lu Chang's face was also incomparably dark. With a flick of his wrist, he drew his sword and pointed it toward the attendant, threatening to kill the latter as soon as the slightest bit of nonsense was uttered from his mouth. If it were just a fake, they could only blame themselves for the lack of acuity in their judgment. However, it was clear that someone had laced the leaves of the verdant bamboo with lethal poison. From the start to the end, that young man had only moved his mouth, and only the attendant had come into contact with it. Who else could the culprit be if not him? Ah! Hall Master Sai, please spare me! I'm just an attendant, I've no idea what's going on. Besides, how could I possibly obtain poison of such high grade that even you're unable to perceive it? The attendant's knee immediately caved in, and he hurriedly kowtowed non-stop, pleading for the other party to spare him. Other people might not know this elder's identity and the authority he wielded, but he was well aware of it. To that elder, killing him was no different from killing an ant. Thus, not daring to hesitate in the least, he immediately kneeled down and admitted his fault. All right, he's indeed unaware of it. Recovering from his shock, the elder realized that he had also blamed the attendant erroneously. Thus, he gestured for Lu Chang to sheath his sword. Given the lethality and inconspicuous nature of the poison hidden within the verdant bamboo, it must be at least a grade 4 poison. In other words, the one who poisoned the verdant bamboo was most probably at least a 4-star poison master. How could a person of that standing be willing to serve as a mere attendant in the first-class pavilion? Besides, if the other party truly wanted to make a move on him, given how his guard was down just now, there was no need for him to go through so much trouble. After all, he might not necessarily buy the verdant bamboo. Thus, the hypothesis that the other party had poisoned the verdant bamboo in advance to harm him didn't seem to hold. Humph! Lu Chang sheathed his sword, but he still maintained an air of hostility. The medicinal herb that his teacher bought was actually laced with lethal poison. If news were to spread, his teacher would be in great trouble. To successfully lace a medicinal herb within the first-class pavilion with poison, who in the world could it be? And what did he hope to achieve from this? Little brother, thank you for your help. The elder turned to Zhang Xian once more, and this time, Instead of disdain and coldness, his gaze was filled with commendation and respect. Even he was unable to discern any problem with this verdant bamboo. Yet, the other party was able to determine that there was a problem with it without even getting close to it. His eye of discernment was way too fearsome. Most probably, the other party's appraising ability was even higher than his. Fearsome. Now it's been proved that the verdant bamboo is a fake, right? Zhang Xian glanced at the elder. Yes. It's a fake. After a moment of hesitation, the elder nodded. The main purpose of a verdant bamboo was to forge it into a pill to supplement one's cultivation. Yet, this stock would kill the one who ingests it. In that sense, it could indeed be considered a fake. Actually, you need not blame him nor the first-class pavilion. They weren't the ones who laced the verdant bamboo with poison. In fact, it wasn't the doing of a human at all. Placing his hands behind his back, Zhang Xian lifted his head slightly and spoke with composure. It wasn't the doing of a human? The elder was bewildered. Even Jin Sohai and Gu Mu couldn't help but turn their gazes over. Other people might not know too much about poison, but the two of them were true poison masters. They had grown up alongside poison, and they possessed broad knowledge in the field. The poison contained in the verdant bamboo was extremely bizarre. It had already melded within the veins of the leaves, making it extremely difficult to be noticed. On top of that, the poison was exceptionally potent such that it could even kill a transcendent mortal 3-dan expert easily. All evidence pointed to it being the doing of a 4-star poison master. If it wasn't the doing of a human, then where did the poison come from? Bring me the information on the production of the verdant bamboo. Instead of answering the crowd's doubts, Zhang Xian turned to the attendant from before and instructed. Yes. Upon hearing the young man speaking up for him in the first-class pavilion, the attendant flashed him a look of gratitude before hurriedly walking out. Not too long later, he returned with a book in his hands. Most larger retailers would look thoroughly into the background of the artifacts they bought, and compile it into a book so as to prepare their attendants for the questions of the customers. This could enhance the value of the treasure, and track down the source of the problem if a fault appeared in the goods. Read it out loud, Zhang Xian instructed. On. The attendant nodded. Flipping open the book, he began reciting. Verdant bamboo originated from Hongshu Marsh. It was found by a merchant company, and 4 months ago, the merchant company used a unique method to pick it and delivered it here. The information regarding the verdant bamboo was extremely detailed, and it even included details on who was the one who dug it out, who was the one who delivered it, where was the trade conducted, what kind of method was used to preserve its freshness. All in all, the introduction took up more than several hundred words. However, upon hearing the introduction, not only did the crowd not feel enlightened, they fell into even deeper confusion. The verdant bamboo was extremely well guarded, and there was no chance for a poison master to lay his hands on it at all. Thus, this made the possibility of it being a human doing extremely unlikely. But if it wasn't a human doing, then how did the poison get here? The lethal poison had seeped into the branches and leaves, but yet, there isn't any damage on the plant at all. In fact, it's impossible for one to discern that it's poison from its outer appearance. Even 4-star poison masters would require a long duration of time to achieve such a feat. Jin Sohai spoke with a grim expression. He was also intrigued by this matter. If those records were real, there was indeed no way for anyone to strike at all. After all, it was no easy task for even a 4-star master teacher to poison the verdant bamboo so inconspicuously. One had to know that lethal poison had an adverse effect on plants as well. What's going on? The more appraiser Lu Chang listened on, the more confused he became. Eventually, unable to withstand his curiosity anymore, he turned to Zhang Xian with a questioning look. You still don't understand? Zhang Xian chuckled and said, Fine, I'll explain the matter then. I believe all of us here should know what the specialty of Hongshu Marsh. Specialty? That region seems to specialize in the production of withered leaf tea. Could it be related to that? The elder couldn't help but turn to look at Zhang Xian. Chapter 455. Concrete news of the soulless metal humanoid. The withered leaf tea, also known as the Withered Glory tea, was a well-known specialty of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance's Hongshu Marsh. The tea grew in the marsh, and in a single year, there was only a single month that it would be alive. At any other time, it would be no different from a withered tree. Dead branches growing leaves, one withered while the other glorified, life and death intertwined together in such a mystical manner. This was where the origin of the name of the tea came from. Upon preparation, this tea could grant one the refreshing sensation of the four seasons, thus making it one of the most well-known tea throughout the entire Myriad Kingdom Alliance. However, Hongshu Marsh was extremely dangerous. There were transcendent mortal experts who were devoured by the marsh, never to be seen on the face of this world ever again. On top of that, there's only a month of harvest for the tea leaves and the production amount was extremely low. As such, very few people had a chance to taste it. Indeed, that place is known for the production of withered leaf tea. But there's also an animal which lingers around the tea leaves, the withered leaf snake, Zhang Xian said. On. The crowd nodded in agreement. The withered leaf snake was a spirit beast which lived off the withered leaf tea. It was a highly venomous spirit beast, and even a transcendent mortal 3-Dan expert would die easily if bitten by it. Could it be that the venom on the withered leaf tea comes from the withered leaf snake? But that can't be. Even though the withered tea snake's poison is lethal, it has a unique smell to it. On top of it, its saliva also leaves a mark, making it extremely conspicuous to the eye. However, there's no visible damage apparent on this verdant bamboo, and it looks as good as new. The elder couldn't help but remark. The withered leaf snake was an extremely fearsome adversary that even transcendent mortals had to be careful of, thus contributing to its great reputation. If the withered leaf snake had left behind its saliva on the verdant bamboo, he would surely be able to tell so. It's not the saliva of the snake, but that this verdant bamboo was the nest for the withered leaf snake. In other words, this smooth-looking bamboo has had a withered leaf snake slithering over it every single day, Zhang Xian said with a grim expression. Ah! Hearing the words, the face of the attendant holding the records immediately paled, and he nearly stumbled over. He was in charge of taking care of the bamboo, and he had been wiping it frequently in the past few days. The thought that it used to be the nest of a snake left him flustered and disgusted. As such, the excretions of the withered leaf snake would stick onto the verdant bamboo, and over time, they would be absorbed and accumulate within the depths of the veins of the leaves. Ignoring the crowd's discomfort, Zhang Xian continued. As it's hidden very deeply within, it's impossible to notice it under normal circumstances and it won't have any adverse effects on individuals coming into contact with the bamboo either. However, as soon as the verdant bamboo comes into contact with intense heat, the poison will seep out, and all those who touches the poison will suffer greatly. If this verdant bamboo is only used as a formation core or a weapon, there wouldn't be much of a problem with it. However, it'll be disastrous if one were to use it to forge pills. Even a transcendent mortal 3-Dan expert would die instantaneously if he were to accidentally consume it. That's also the reason why I said that if you're intending to use it to forge verdant crystalline pills, the verdant bamboo you're buying would be a fake. Zhang Xian explained. So that's the case. Upon coming to a realization, the crowd turned to look at the young man in admiration. To be able to notice the poison hidden deeply within the verdant bamboo just by looking at it, how deep must his understanding of the properties of plants, their habitats, and origins be? Incredible. The elder clenched his fists tightly together. Putting all other things aside, just the other party's eye of discernment was already far superior to his own. Gongzi is indeed formidable. You've truly taught me a valuable lesson today. Since you're interested in the spirit calming grass, allow me to gift it to you as a token of my gratitude. The elder gestured grandly and said, Teacher. Lu Chang was stunned. Just a moment ago, when that fellow said that he was offering 500 gold coins to purchase the spirit calming grass, he thought that there was something wrong with the other party's head. But thinking back on it now, the other party had probably already expected this sight then. But still, the spirit calming grass was something worth 500 spirit stones. To give it away just like that, wasn't his teacher being a little too generous? Even though the other party had helped him by pointing out that there was venom within the verdant bamboo, there was no need for such a generous token of gratitude. Could it be that? But how is that possible? How could he have predicted this too? Suddenly, Lu Chang recalled something and his entire body stiffened. Then, he began to tremble violently. He suddenly understood why his teacher was being so generous. An appraiser could only make 3 appraising mistakes in his entire life. Exceed that amount and one's qualifications would be revoked. His teacher had appraised countless treasures, and he had already reached the limit of 3 mistakes. If he were to make another single error, he would be revoked of his license as an appraiser. In other words, if the other party hadn't interfered and his teacher were to have this verdant bamboo forged into a pill, even if no one were to die from this incident, his teacher would still lose his appraiser qualifications. Being in a high position for many years, it was unavoidable that he would offend many people and have many enemies. If he lost the protection of his identity, his enemies could potentially come straight for him. In other words, the other party had saved his teacher's life. Putting aside the spirit calming grass, even if it was something even more valuable than that, his teacher would probably give it to him willingly. But the matter regarding his teacher reaching the limit of 3 appraising errors was only known among his teacher's close friends and kin. How did this fellow find out about it? And if he didn't know about it, how could he be so sure that his teacher would give the spirit calming grass to him out of gratitude? Recalling the encounter a moment ago on the first floor, could this young fellow be actually an incomparable expert appraiser? As such a thought flashed across Lu Chang's mind, the hurriedly turned to look at the young man in an attempt to confirm his evaluation, only to see the young man reply with a righteous look. How can I accept such a valuable present as a gift? Sun Chang, pass the senior 500 gold coins. We have to pay the sum that we agreed on so that this elder doesn't make a loss. Pooh! It was just a moment ago that Lu Chang thought that the other party was an expert, but upon hearing those words, Lu Chang's body swayed violently and he nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. The heck! To speak such shameless words so brazenly, where is your dignity? What was the difference between 500 gold coins and not paying at all? Was this how an expert should behave? Hurriedly turning to look at his teacher, he saw his teacher wobbling unstably on his feet, and it seemed as though blood was welling up in his chest. His entire face steeled in frustration. Gongzi, this is my heartfelt gratitude. There's really no need for money. Elder, there's no need to be so courteous with me, the young man insisted. 500 gold coins is still within my means. Lu Chang, any trash that you pick up from a battlefield would be worth that much money. Of course it is within your means. Knowing that he would definitely die of frustration if they were to continue quarreling on this matter, the elder chose to accept the gold coins. I see that Gongzi seems to be well versed in appraising as well. May I know, who is your teacher? Could he be an appraiser as well? Lu Chang immediately became more attentive. Given how the other party was able to discover a problem, which even his teacher couldn't notice, his mastery in appraising had reached an incredible level. Such a capable young individual must have a peerless expert behind him. He was curious to know which Grandmaster Zhang Xian's teacher was. Our young master is Master Teacher Zhang Xian, and his teacher is Master Teacher Yang Xian. Sun Chang stepped forward and introduced proudly. Master Teacher? The elder froze for a moment before coming to realization. His respect for the other party deepened. On the other hand, Lu Chang leaped back in shock. If only he knew that the other party had this kind of identity, he wouldn't have dared to stand against him from the start. Even though an appraiser was one of the most lucrative occupations, it still couldn't match up to master teachers. It was just like a government official and a nouveau riche. No matter how wealthy one was, the level of influence and prestige the two wielded were worlds apart. On top of that, this appraising capability of this master teacher wasn't inferior to even that of his teacher. I see, that explains your acute eye of discernment. Please do pardon me for my previous rudeness. After recovering from his momentary shock, the elder clasped his fist and said, I am Sai Xiuyu. I am unbefitting of the address elder, so feel free to call me Brother Sai instead. The other party's appraising capability wasn't beneath him, and on top of that, he was a master teacher as well. The elder immediately thought of befriending the other party. Sai Xiuyu? Could you be Hall Master Sai of the Appraiser Hall? Upon hearing that name, Zhao Feiwu couldn't help but agitatedly ask. As the princess of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance and an avid reader, she knew quite a bit about the experts at the peaks, the various occupations within the alliance. It was said that the head of the Appraiser Hall was a man by the name of Sai Xiuyu, and he was a 4-star pinnacle appraiser. He had appraised countless treasures throughout his life, and it was said that the Alliance head residents had hosted him as one of their esteemed guests before. She thought that it would be nigh impossible to meet such experts, and never in her dreams did she expect to find one being taught a lesson and scammed of a spirit calming grass right before her. The position of a hall master is just a result of my old buddy's flattery. It's not worth mentioning. Upon being recognized, Sai Xiaoyu shook his head with a smile. I see, so it's Hall Master Sai. This is great. I just happen to have something that I require your help on. Upon learning of the other party's identity, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up and he asked, I heard that a soulless metal humanoid has been found in Hahai City. May I know if the news is true, and if so, where it is? This was the main reason why he came to Hahai City. Since this person was the head of the Appraiser Hall, if the news was real, he would definitely be aware of it. Soulless metal humanoid? I see, Brother Zhang is here for that. Hall Master Sai chuckled upon coming to a realization. The rumors are true, and it is currently in the Appraiser Hall right now. The auction would be carried out tonight. Tonight? Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly together, and a troubled look slowly crept onto his face. It was already afternoon by the time the group arrived at Hahai City, and they spent quite a bit of time strolling around the Appraiser Hall as well. Judging from the current time, wasn't the auction about to start already? Yet, he didn't even have a single spirit stone on him at the moment. Without any money on him, he would probably be expelled right at the door, less to say, participate in the auction. One must know that it was a common procedure for larger auctions to demand an entrance fee so as to sieve out true buyers from the troublemakers. Otherwise, if everyone could enter freely, it might cause chaos in the auctioning. Indeed, it'll be conducted 2 hours later. If Brother Zhang is interested in the auction, I can reserve a suite for you. Sai Xiaoyu said. I'll be thanking Brother Sai in advance then. Nodding his head in agitation, Zhang Xian continued, May I know how many spirit stones will it require to win the soulless metal humanoid? Only with sufficient information could he make thorough preparations. The soulless metal humanoid is something left behind by the soul oracles, so it's rather difficult to estimate its price. Our primary evaluation has priced it at 1,500 spirit stones, but considering the atmosphere in the auction, its final price will definitely be jacked up to at least 3,000 spirit stones. Sai Xiaoyu explained before turning to look at Zhang Xian with a smile. Why? Is Brother Zhang interested in the matter? I am. It's just that I'm a little short on funds. Zhang Xian scratched his head awkwardly. Short on funds? Sai Xiaoyu chuckled. There's no need for worry about that. I have some savings of my own, so I can lend some of it to you to make up for the amount you are lacking. May I know how much money are you short of? You're willing to lend some money to me? Great. Zhang Xian gazed at Sai Xiaoyu in gratitude. I am still lacking 3,000 spirit stones. Can you lend the money to me? Sai Xiaoyu. Lu Chang. Everyone. Chapter 456. Harmonious stream of flowing goblets. 3,000 spirit stones should be sufficient for you to take down the soulless metal humanoid. To borrow so much money. Does that mean that you don't even have a single spirit stone on you? A dark line streaked across Zhao Feiwu and Jin Songhai's foreheads. It was no wonder why this fellow offered gold coins each time he tried to buy something. They thought that it was an eccentric quirk of an expert. But to think that there would be such a practical reason to it. To think of buying the soulless metal humanoid without any money on hand. Just the thought of it left them faint-headed. Cough, cough! Sai Xiaoyu coughed. He nearly choked to death on the other party's words. Brother Zhang Xian, this. Do you not have even a single spirit stone on you? That's right. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian nodded his head. He had only started with a total of 10 or so spirit stones, and he had used it all in the midst of the journey. As such, his pockets were completely empty at the moment. Even though he had almost 100 million gold coins in his storage ring, gold coins weren't really in use here. In a sense, it wasn't wrong to say that Zhang Xian didn't have even a single cent on him. This. Not expecting the other party to reply so candidly, Sai Xiaoyu's face turned so red that it nearly oozed blood. In truth, it was only out of politeness that he offered to lend the other party money. After all, given the other party's capability, he was indeed a person worth befriending. Yet, the other party took it for real and asked for 3,000 at a single go. The heck! Even though he was the head of the appraiser hall, he didn't have that much money on him either. Furthermore, he had just spent 2,000 spirit stones and given away a stalk of spirit common grass. Even if you wanted to exploit the rich, you should at least show some restraint. You don't have that much money? Never mind then. Is there any way to earn money swiftly in the appraiser hall? Seeing the other party's expression, Zhang Xian immediately knew that the other party was surely unable to fork out this sum, and he shook his head in disappointment. In truth, he was only giving it a try. He didn't really think that the other party would be able to loan him this massive sum of money. Besides, the both of them had only just met. It would be bizarre if one was willing to lend such a huge sum to a stranger. A way to earn money swiftly? You wish to earn sufficient money now to join the auction 2 hours later to buy the soulless metal humanoid? Sai Xiaoyu and the crowd nearly spurted blood. That fellow sure knew how to dream. If it was that easy to earn spirit stones, he, as the head of the appraiser hall, wouldn't have to come over here to browse through the various artifacts in hopes of earning a profit. If there was truly such an easy way to earn spirit stones, he would have surely done it himself already. There was no reason to leave it for someone else. I have to earn 3,000 spirit stones before the auction. Zhang Xian nodded. If he didn't earn this sum of money within the next 2 hours, he would be unable to buy the soulless metal humanoid, and thus miss the opportunity to wake Lu Chong up. There's truly no way around it. You also know it yourself, 3,000 spirit stones is a huge sum. Seeing that the other party was serious, Sai Xiaoyu shook his head helplessly. Appraisers mainly earn their money through the price difference from buying and selling treasures. Even for Sai Xiaoyu, it would take several years before he could save 3,000 spirit stones. Furthermore, it was assuming that he was lucky enough to stumble by cheap treasures and find suitable buyers. Without meeting these two conditions, it would be impossible for him to earn money. In fact, it was often that he wasn't able to find any suitable buyers for the treasure that he bought. To earn 3,000 spirit stones in 2 hours. No one would dare to even dream of it. Teacher. But halfway through his words, Lu Chang abruptly interjected. Turning around, he saw his student looking at him hesitantly. I think that maybe that can earn one that much money within 2 hours. That? Do you mean? Harmonious stream of flowing goblets? Sai Xiaoyu's body jolted, but he eventually simply shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. It's impossible for anyone to succeed in it. It has been many years since the establishment of the appraiser hall, but there hasn't been a single person who passed it yet. But that's the only way for one to earn 3,000 spirit stones within 2 hours. I don't think that there's any other plausible way other than that. Lu Chang shook his head. Even though being an appraiser was a lucrative occupation, spirit stones still weren't that easy to earn. Usually, they would earn a commission determined by the value of the item. However, putting aside how there were very few valuable treasures to be appraised, there weren't many customers in the first place. After all, no one would be willing to spend their spirit stones if they could avoid it. Thus, even if Zhang Xian were to offer his service as an appraiser at this moment, it was impossible for him to gather 3,000 spirit stones in just 2 hours. This. Sai Xiaoyu hesitated. He knew that what his student said was true. Why? Do you have an idea in mind? What does harmonious stream of flowing goblets mean? Zhang Xian asked, having heard the conversation of the duo. Harmonious stream of flowing goblets is actually a trial for the 5-star appraiser examination. Once one passes the examination, one will be entitled to a massive reward accumulated within the appraiser hall over a long period of time. If I'm not wrong, it's worth around 5,000 spirit stones now. Since the other party asked about it, Sai Xiaoyu could only explain the matter. Trial? Zhang Xian was bewildered. There are rewards to taking high-tiered appraiser examinations? He had taken on the Master Teacher examination, Beast Tamer examination, Painter examination, Physician examination. But he had never heard of one earning rewards from taking on the examination. If that was true, then he should indeed try taking on the appraiser examination. There's indeed a reward, but it is actually prize money accumulated over time. Seeing through Zhang Xian's thoughts, Sai Xiaoyu shook his head helplessly. Prize money? Zhang Xian blinked his eyes in confusion. Zhao Feiwu had read many books, but even she was unaware of the internal rules within the appraiser hall. There are many appraisers in the appraiser hall, but there's a limit to the knowledge an individual can wield. As such, appraisers often stumble by treasures that they were unable to be identified. Some of these treasures had been discussed by innumerable appraisers throughout generations, but no one was able to accurately identify what they were. Thus, in order to dispel their doubts, some of our predecessors chose to offer monetary incentives out of their own pocket to attract others to come forward, examine, and identify these treasures, as well as to encourage their juniors to study hard and solve these mysteries. However, even until date, no one has succeeded yet. As time passed, the reward grew larger and larger, and to date, it has already reached 5,000 spirit stones, Sai Xiaoyu said. While the reward was indeed tempting, but how could be easy to identify the treasures that countless predecessors had failed to successfully appraise? There's such a matter? Zhang Xian widened his eyes in shock. This seemed somewhat similar to the wall of dilemma of the Physician Guild. No matter how impressive a guild was, there would always be problems that would stump them. Indeed! It has been long since the founding of the appraiser hall, and many talented appraisers have given it a try. However, no one had yet to succeed. Sai Xiaoyu shook his head. The reason why he didn't bring it up was simply because it was way too hard. He was the most impressive appraiser in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, but even he was helpless before it, needless to say, a youngster like Zhang Xian. Yet to succeed? But since no one knows what those treasures are, how do you ascertain whether someone has succeeded or not? Zhang Xian asked in puzzlement. Since even the predecessors were unable to identify those treasures, then who could confirm if one's answer was right or not? After all, if no one could identify those treasures, no one could say for sure whether one's evaluation was right or not. When a treasure reaches spirit rank, it'll gain wisdom. As long as there's no mistake in one's description, one will be acknowledged by the treasure. Besides, we're all official appraisers. Even though we might not be able to identify the treasure, we're still more than capable of assessing and testing whether one's answer is correct or not. Sai Xiaoyu explained helplessly. These were basic facts that an appraiser should know, yet this fellow didn't even know about it at all. Was this fellow truly an appraiser who was more than capable than him? That's true. Zhang Xian came to a realization. Even if a formidable appraiser was unable to identify the specifics of a treasure, they should still have a way to determine whether a person's evaluation was correct or not. If they didn't even have this much skill, they would be unqualified as an appraiser. All right, bring me over to take a look. I would like to give it a try. Knowing that this method could bring him easy money, Zhang Xian swiftly made up his mind. Brother Zhang, hold it for a moment. Allow me to finish my words first before you make your decision. Seeing the other party deciding on the matter recklessly, Sai Xiaoyu hurriedly stopped him. On! Zhang Xian nodded. Even though there's a reward for this trial, there's actually stake involved. Every challenge requires one to put 100 spirit stones as deposit. But of course, I can pay the deposit for you, so there's no need for you to worry about it. Sai Xiaoyu said. 100 spirit stones? Zhang Xian was taken aback. It seemed like there was no free lunch in the world. He thought that he could join for free, but that didn't seem like it was the case. But thinking about it, it was to be expected. Without this restriction, all appraisers would be rushing to give it a try whenever they had the time, and the appraiser hall wouldn't be able to function normally anymore. Not only so, there's also a strict time limit to the challenge, Sai Xiaoyu continued. Just as the name, Harmonious Stream of Flowing Goblets, suggests, the treasures will be sent down to one via water, and one will be given 10 breaths to assess and identify it at a river bend. After which, one will have to point out the name and origin of the treasure immediately. Point out the name and origin of the treasure within 10 breaths? How is that possible? Before Zhang Xian could say anything, Zhao Feiwu had already exclaimed in shock. To identify something, an appraiser usually had to do all kinds of assessment on the artifact, such as using a magnifying crystal, studying the patterns on it, and knocking on it to determine its constituents. The identification of any treasure was a lengthy and troublesome process. Even if one was familiar with the item, one would have to confirm it multiple times before coming to an evaluation. Yet, to have to offer a correct answer in just 10 breaths, that was outright impossible. On top of that, one was supposed to identify a treasure that even the predecessors were unable to identify? Before the identification process, is there any tip or information available to one? Zhao Feiwu asked. If there was some information, one could at least prepare oneself and focus on the key points of the treasure immediately. There isn't. The main reason why we're reluctant to give out prior information is so as to not mislead the challengers, Sai Xiaoyu said. If anyone knew what the treasure was for sure, they would have long passed the trial. Since no one was able to identify the treasure, the information was bound to be incomplete. If so, there was a high chance it could influence the challengers' evaluation and impede them from coming up with the correct answer. That's true. Zhao Feiwu frowned deeply. While the harmonious stream of flowing goblets sounded like easy money, it was simply way too difficult. Putting aside 4-star appraisers, even 5-star appraisers would probably be stumped by it. Just as Zhao Feiwu was about to turn to Zhang Xian and advise him against it, the latter smiled lightly and replied, All right then, I wish to challenge this harmonious stream of flowing goblets. I'll borrow 100 spirit stones from you first, and after I'm done with it, I'll return you the sum multiple folds. Chapter 457. Why don't we make a bet then? Seeing the other party insist on it, Sai Xiaoyu relented. If you really wish to attempt it, I can bring you over. Even though the young man before him was able to see through a problem that he couldn't discern, deep in his heart, he still thought that it was impossible for the other party to pass the trial. Thus, he didn't pay much heed to Zhang Xian's declaration of paying him back multiple folds. Truthfully, he had already regarded the 100 spirit stones as a gift. After putting away the items that he had bought, the group walked out of the first-class pavilion and headed up the stairs. The bottom 2 floors of the appraiser hall were markets, while the floors beyond that made up their official guild. Walking into the lounge, they saw dozens of people lining up in 2 neat columns with all kinds of treasures in their hands. These artifacts weren't too valuable. They were most probably ordinary goods that could be bought for just several spirit stones on the first floor. There were 2 young men at the very front of the queue examining each of the customers' artifacts carefully. After assessing it closely, they would leave a mark on it and write an appraisal document. Some of those who had their artifacts appraised left overjoyed, whereas some left depressed. Both fake and authentic goods were mixed up with one another in the market on the first floor. If one chose correctly, one could make a huge profit. Otherwise, one could only concede to their misfortune. Looking at the expression of the crowd, it was clear that a larger proportion of the people belonged to the latter group. There are some who feel worried even after buying their goods, so they would come over here and have their items appraised. The ones conducting the appraisal on this floor are 1-star appraisers who have just passed their examination, Sai Xiaoyu said. On. Zhang Xian nodded. He had also seen the single shining golden star on the emblem pinned in front of the 2 young men's chests. One-star appraisers were already capable of identifying some of the more common and simpler treasures, and the artifacts sent here were mostly of this tier as well. The harmonious stream of flowing goblets is in front. Let's proceed on. The group didn't dawdle in the main lounge for too long. Under Sai Xiaoyu's lead, it didn't take long for them to arrive at a room. Hall Master Sai! Teacher! Upon walking into a room, several elders immediately came forward and greeted Sai Xiaoyu respectfully. As the hall master, Sai Xiaoyu wielded immense prestige in the appraiser hall. There were many 3-star appraisers who were his students, and they were indebted to him for his guidance. Taking a glance in the room, there were only around 6 to 7 people here. Puzzled, Zhao Feiwu asked, "How many appraisers are there in the appraiser hall in total?" Upon hearing the question, a bitter smile appeared on Sai Xiaoyu's face as he shook his head. "Even though the appraiser hall sounds impressive, including me, there's only a total of 3 4-star and 8 3-star appraisers. The others are all 2-star and 1-star appraisers. So few people?" The crowd was taken aback. Seeing the grandness of the appraiser hall, they thought that there would be at least a dozen of 4-star appraisers here. Yet, contrary to their expectations, there were only 3 of them. It was no wonder why people said that it was hard to qualify as an appraiser. From the looks of it now, that didn't seem like just a rumor. "Indeed!" Sai Xiaoyu shook his head. Changing the topic, he turned to the 2 3-star appraisers and said, "Call Elder Qin and Elder Lu over. Tell them that someone is interested in challenging the harmonious stream of flowing goblets." Challenging the harmonious stream of flowing goblets? The duo was taken aback. They hurriedly turned around and left. As 3-star appraisers, they were well aware of the difficulty of the harmonious stream of flowing goblets. It had been many years already, but still, not a single person had succeeded. To think that someone would still be interested in attempting it even now, he must be blinded by the immense reward. Not too long later, 2 white-bearded elders walked over. Before they even reached the room, a rough voice had already sounded. "Hall Master Sai, someone intends to challenge the harmonious stream of flowing goblets? Is it Old Hu or Old Du? Those 2 fellows haven't given up yet?" The Old Hu and Old Du that he spoke of were 4-star appraisers from other branches. They had visited Hahai City several times in hopes of clearing the harmonious stream of flowing goblets, but to date, they hadn't succeeded yet. Only those 2 fellows had attempted the trial in the past few years. Most of the appraisers didn't bother trying, knowing the difficulty of the trial. Thus, as soon as the 2 elders heard that someone intended to challenge the harmonious stream of flowing goblets, they immediately thought of them. Where are they?" Looking around the room but not seeing the familiar figures he expected to see, the rough-voiced elder asked in bewilderment. "Elder Chen, the challenger this time isn't one of them. It's this little brother here, Zhang Xian." Seeing Elder Chen looking around in bewilderment, Sai Xiaoyu shook his head and stopped the latter. "Him?" Not only were the 2 elders stunned, the other appraisers in the room also had a confused expression on their face. They thought that the one challenging the harmonious stream of flowing goblets would be some incredible appraiser, but to think that it would still be an immature fellow who wasn't even 20 yet. Ignoring the crowd's reaction, Sai Xiaoyu introduced. "Brother Zhang, this is Elder Qingyu. The one next to him is Elder Lu Shi. They are the other 2 4-star appraisers of the guild." Zhang Xian nodded. Even if Sai Xiaoyu hadn't introduced them, Zhang Xian had also guessed as much. Even though the 2 elders weren't dressed in the appraiser robe, their aura was incredibly profound and heavy. With just a look, it was clear that they possessed incredible cultivation that was on par with Jin Songhai. Judging from their strength and their casual attitude before Sai Xiaoyu, it was clear that they were the 2 remaining 4-star appraisers. "Hall Master, what did you call him? Brother?" Elder Chen was the first to notice Sai Xiaoyu's bizarre way of addressing Zhang Xian, and he was puzzled by it. As the head of the appraiser hall, his standing was so high that everyone, with the exception of them 2, had to address him as teacher. Yet, he actually addressed the young fellow as brother. What could that young fellow's background be? Even though Brother Zhang is young, his expertise in appraising is in no way inferior to me. Sai Xiaoyu chuckled. In no way inferior to you. Aren't you exaggerating it a little too much? Elder Chen shook his head in disbelief. The other appraisers in the room shared his thoughts as well. Rather than talent, appraising was more about experience and knowledge. Knowledge formed the basis of an appraiser's evaluation, and only with boundless knowledge would one be able to reach great heights in the path of an appraiser. Judging from this fellow's appearance, he seemed to be only 18 or 19 this year. Even if he had started studying from his mother's womb, at maximum, he only had 20 years to accrue knowledge. How could he possibly compete with Hall Master Sai, a 4-star appraiser who had devoted his entire life to appraising? It's true. A problem has occurred with the verdant bamboo that teacher appraised previously. Seeing the doubt in the eyes of the crowd, Lu Chang quickly explained the happenings from earlier. You mean that? With just a look, he noticed the lethal poison contained with the verdant bamboo and determined that it wasn't suitable for the forging of pills? This doesn't seem like the means of an appraiser, doesn't it? After hearing Lu Chang's story, not only were the crowd unimpressed, their bewilderment only deepened. An appraiser would have to examine the bamboo carefully, perhaps taking some samples and experimenting with them even before coming to such a conclusion. Yet, to be able to determine so much with just a single glance. Why did he feel like a fortune teller instead? All right, Brother Zhang, we'll open the chamber to the harmonious stream of flowing goblets for you right now. You'll have to enter alone, and there'll be a total of 10 treasures within. As long as you appraise a single one of them accurately, you will be considered to have passed the trial. Disregarding the doubtful looks from the crowd, Sai Xiaoyu waved his hands. On! Zhang Xian replied. It didn't seem difficult since he only had to identify one of the artifacts correctly. Let's begin! Sai Xiaoyu beckoned for Elder Chen and Elder Lu to the wall, and each of them took out a key and placed it into an aperture in the wall. Jia! The wall parted, revealing a door within. The artifacts within the harmonious stream of flowing goblets were incredible treasures. Thus, for security purposes, only when the 3 keys were gathered could it be opened. Without the 3 keys, even a transcendent mortal Fordan expert would be unable to enter. With a flick of his wrist, Sai Xiaoyu took out a pile of spirit stones and placed it within a gray aperture on the wall. In an instant, it was as though a formation had been activated, and brilliant light shone from it. You can enter now! Sai Xiaoyu gestured. Thus, Zhang Xian began walking over. However, before he could walk through the door, Elder Chen stepped in front of him. Do you understand the difficulty of the harmonious stream of flowing goblets? Even though Hall Master Sai had just praised the other party, he still didn't think too much of this young man. If harmonious stream of flowing goblets was that simple, someone else would have succeeded long ago. I have no idea. Zhang Xian shook his head. I have just heard about it, and it said that as long as one clears the trial, one will be entitled to a reward of 5,000 spirit stones. Thus, I decided to give it a try. You dared to challenge it, right after hearing about it. Elder Chen felt his vision turning dark. He thought that the other party might be genius who had prepared a long time for this since Hall Master Sai had brought him over. Yet, to think that he had come over right after hearing of it. Also, what did he mean by 5,000 spirit stones? It can't be that he was here for the reward, was he? Elder Chen was furious. The harmonious stream of flowing goblets wasn't a mere challenge. It was a trial for 5-star appraisers as well, and as such, only 4-star appraisers were qualified to attempt it. Yet, to wish to challenge it just for the prize money, wasn't the other party taking this way too lightly? Hall Master Sai, to allow a person to challenge the harmonious stream of flowing goblets just for the prize money, isn't this infringing on the prestige of the appraiser hall? Unable to hold back his rage, Elder Chen turned to Sai Xiaoyu to protest. To wish to attempt a 5-star appraiser examination test just for its monetary reward, the other party was underestimating the occupation a little way too much. Elder Chen, you're exaggerating the matter. Brother Zhang is here for the spirit stones, but he has the capability to back it up. Sai Xiaoyu intended to speak up for Zhang Xian, but after a moment of hesitation, he realized that this fellow was indeed here for the spirit stones. Capability to back up his words? Harmonious Stream of Flowing Goblets was also known as Harmonious Stream of Flowing Leaves. Its meaning is simple. The challenger has to identify the type, name, origin, value, and various other properties of the artifact in the time that the artifact is flowing by. To challenge it just for the spirit stones, this. Elder Chen protested furiously. Interrupting the other party, Sai Xiaoyu said, "Enough, since the trial is already activated. Let's just allow him to attempt it. Who knows, perhaps Brother Zhang might be able to induce a miracle." He didn't bear much hope for Zhang Xian, but since he had agreed to give him a try, he decided to go through with it. After all, the other party had done him such a huge favor. How could he face others if he couldn't even deliver what he had promised? Seeing that Sai Xiaoyu had managed to keep Elder Chen in check, Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered to say anything else. Thus, he stepped forward and entered the room. Wang! As soon as he entered, the doors behind him closed. Nonsense! This is truly nonsense. Elder Chen flung his sleeves in displeasure. This elder over here, do you mean that our young master will fail the harmonious stream of flowing goblets? Just as Elder Chen was displeased with Hall Master Sai's actions and was about to protest, a nonchalant voice sounded from behind. Turning around, Elder Chen saw a plump man whose fat was trembling standing not too far away. Indeed, the harmonious stream of flowing goblets requires one to have a deep understanding of the art of appraising. Given how even Old Hu and Old Du weren't able to clear it, how can an 18 or 19-year-old fellow like him clear the trial? Elder Chen harumphed in displeasure. Since you're so certain of it then, why don't we bet on it then? The plump man said. Bet? Elder Chen was taken aback. Indeed. I'll bet that our young master will surely be able to clear the trial, while you'll bet for the opposite. As for the stakes, let's not make it too big. What do you think of 3,000 spirit stones? The plump man stared at Elder Chen with a bright smile. Chapter 458, Copperhammer. Not make it too big, and 3,000 spirit stones? Elder Chen nearly fainted on the spot. If he were to take out all of his assets, he could fork out this sum. However, he would be as good as bankrupt if he were to do so. To take out so much money for a bet, you must be insane. 3,000 spirit stones. Do you have that much money? Seeing that his old friend was placed in an awkward position, Elder Lu stepped forward to intervene. Of course I don't have that much money, the plump man declared proudly. You don't have that much? Everyone fell speechless. You spoke as though you had several 10,000 of spirit stones in your possession. Despite having nothing at all, you still dare to initiate a gamble, not to mention, to speak so brazenly. Aren't you being way too arrogant? Zhao Feiwu slapped her forehead in frustration. She had witnessed this fearless fool acting up many times, but still, she couldn't have imagined that he would go straight up to a 4-star appraiser and propose a bet. And more importantly, he didn't even have the money to pay up. The heck, you sure are an incredible person. It sure is true, birds of a feather do flock together. She couldn't help but shake her head. The young master of that plump man, Sun Chang, was a fellow who seemed to fear nothing but peacefulness. Just a while ago, the young master taught Hall Master Sai a lesson in public, and now, the servant was going even further. Honestly, where did these two eccentric fellows pop out from? Since you don't have any money, why should I gamble with you? Elder Chen replied with a steeled face. It's true that I don't have any money, but Hall Master Sai does. It's just 3,000 spirit stones, he'll at least lend us this meager sum. Sun Chang smiled. Hall Master Sai, who was watching the commotion by the side, didn't expect to get brought into all of the sudden. He nearly spurted blood. He did say that he would lend some money to Zhang Xian, but that was more of a pleasantry. Yet, this master and servant duo took his word seriously. Putting aside how one tried to borrow 3,000 spirit stones from him for an auction, the other one was now trying to get 3,000 spirit stones from him for a gamble. Do you all know what politeness is? Can you all show some restraint? Do you all need to be so darned? Hall Master Sai was just about to explain when the plump man before him shook his hands casually and said, Even if Hall Master Sai is ungrateful decides to disregard how our young master helped him, Zhao Feiwu Gongzi would also surely loan the sum to us. It's just 3,000 spirit stones, to Gongzi, it doesn't mean anything much. Zhao Feiwu. I'm just an innocent passerby, why did you have to involve me in the conflict? Hall Master Sai's eyes also flipped over. What do you mean by calling me ungrateful and disregard how your young master has helped me? Haven't I given him a spirit-calming grass already? In fact, I even suppressed all opposition and paid 100 spirit stones for him so that he can enter the harmonious stream of flowing goblets. Is this not considered as repaying the favor? The duo was just about to protest when Sun Chang shook his hands and spoke up once more. Look, either of them are disagreeing with me. This shows that 3,000 spirit stones mean nothing to them at all. Don't worry, if we were to lose, we'll surely be able to rake up the money to repay you. But as for you, you just declared so confidently that our young master will surely fail. It can't be that you're regretting what you said right now, can it? To think that you're a 4-star appraiser at that. To be unable to take out this little bit of money to prove yourself, how embarrassing. You. Not expecting to be looked down on by a servant, Elder Chen's face flushed red in anger. What you? If you truly don't dare to gamble with me, then let's just forget about it. However, you'd better keep your mouth in check next time. Our young master is incredibly talented, and your insignificant harmonious stream of flowing goblets means nothing to him at all. Harumphing coldly, Sun Chang tilted his head upward arrogantly. He had complete confidence in Zhang Xian. Fine, I'll wager with you then. Seeing how the other party was getting more and more arrogant, Elder Chen couldn't hold himself back anymore. As a 4-star appraiser, it was indeed embarrassing for him to argue with a servant. However, this plump man had truly gone too far. His tone was contemptuous and his attitude was arrogant. On top of that, his disdainful glance. How did a 4-star appraiser like him, who was respected no matter where he went, become no different from a shameless beggar? He could tolerate being looked down on by a 5-star appraiser, a 4-star master teacher, or even the hall master. However, being looked down by a fellow whose cultivation was only. He simply couldn't take this lying down. Not bad, does anyone else dare to wager with me? I thought that all of you doubted our young master's capability? It's not too late now. Otherwise, you won't get a second chance. Sun Chang chuckled gleefully upon seeing that he had managed to hook this big fish. He immediately scanned the room for any potential customers. Hearing that the fellow still wanted to wager with the rest of them, the crowd fell speechless. Look, the harmonious stream of flowing goblets is beginning. Just as Sun Chang was trying to dupe a few other people to wager with him, a voice amidst the crowd suddenly sounded. Everyone immediately turned to look at the wall, only to see it growing brighter and brighter, as though some formation was gradually whirling to its peak. What that lay beyond the door wasn't another room but a garden. It was filled with flowers, and a faint aroma lingered in the air. There was a stream within the garden flowing from the distance, and a tic-tac sound echoed in the air as it struck against the rocks, forming a melodious tune. The stream was winding, and right before Zhang Xian was an arc that was sufficiently wide for an individual to stand on. As soon as Zhang Xian walked over, it was as though a formation was activated instantly. A leaf slowly flowed over from the distance. A bizarrely shaped object was placed on top of the leaf. Its irregular shape made it difficult for one to tell what it was. Seems like this is the artifact that I'll have to appraise. Activating the Eye of Insight, Zhang Xian realized that he couldn't see through the properties of the artifact, and his eyes immediately lit up. As expected of a treasure that stumped even 4-star master teacher. Even the Eye of Insight was unable to discern what it was. Of the name, harmonious stream of flowing goblets, goblets referred to wine cups, and it was commonly used by literati. They would often sit by the stream and allow a goblet to slowly flow along with the currents, and whoever it reaches shall gulp down the wine and come up with a poem. As most artifacts would simply sink due to their weight, the leaf of a purple mountain tree was used to float them. This leaf was extremely light, and it could easily keep 1 or 2 adult humans afloat on the surface of the water without any problem. This was also the reason why the harmonious stream of flowing goblets was also known as harmonious stream of flowing leaves. What in the world is that? Since the leaf hadn't reached Zhang Xian yet, he could only assess the artifact by its shape and outer appearance. It was around the size of a watermelon, and it was indigo in color. It seemed to be forged by some kind of special alloy. After staring at it for a moment, Zhang Xian couldn't help but shake his head. He had never read any book on appraising, so he wasn't too sure how appraisers work. Given how many master appraisers couldn't identify these artifacts, how could an amateur like him possibly see through them? Forget it! Turning his head away from it, Zhang Xian took out a paper and brush. Then, when the leaf finally reached him, he stretched out his hands to touch it. 1. A book appeared in his mind. The main reason why he dared to challenge the harmonious stream of flowing goblets was due to the Library of Heaven's Path. Otherwise, given his lacking appraising skills, he would surely be unable to identify even a single one of the artifacts. Flipping open the book, Zhang Xian began jotting down the details. Copper hammer, crafted 3,000 years ago by 5-star blacksmith Duanmu Yiguang. Its material is an alloy consisting of 13 rare minerals, 100 war metal, clear dust sand, indigold metal, and crafted over a period of 49 days. While Zhang Xian was writing on the book, the crowd outside was staring at the wall nervously. Sun Chang ran around to persuade others to wager with him, but no one bothered with him. At this moment, everyone's attention was fixated on the wall. They wanted to know whether this young man could successfully identify an artifact and clear the harmonious stream of flowing goblets. Judging from the time, the first treasure should have reached him already. Do you think he'll succeed? An appraiser amidst the crowd asked. Succeed? You must be joking. Even Hall Master Sai has challenged the harmonious stream of flowing goblets multiple times, but he was unable to identify a single one of the artifacts. This just shows how difficult the matter is. How could a young lad like him possibly succeed? Putting everything aside, just look at that arrogant servant of his. Do you think that a real appraiser would have such an arrogant servant? That's hard to say, though. Since he's willing to propose this bet, it could only mean that he's confident. Everyone discussed with hushed voices. Even the youngest of the appraisers in the room were in their 30s. They found it hard to accept that a lad who wasn't even 20 yet was challenging the harmonious stream of flowing goblets. Don't worry. If the artifacts in the harmonious stream of flowing goblets could be identified so easily, it wouldn't be taken as the 5-star appraiser examination. Seeing Elder Chen staring at the wall nervously as well, Elder Lu walked over and consoled him. In truth, he didn't think much of Zhang Xian either. He had attempted the harmonious stream of flowing goblets before, and putting aside how difficult it was to identify those peculiar artifacts, more importantly, the time which one had to examine them was way too limited. In just 10 breaths, it would have already flowed away from one. How could one successfully appraise an artifact which one had never seen before in just 10 breaths? Worry? What do I have to worry? He's just an ignorant brat. Even though he isn't an appraiser at all, he still dares to spout such arrogant words. Elder Chen harumphed, but halfway through his words, a bell chimed and his body suddenly jolted. Dong! That sound came from the beyond the wall, and it seemed to resonate in the depths of one's soul. A chime? Did he fail? Wait, that shouldn't be. Only after all of the artifacts have been appraised will a bell chime to indicate the challenger's failure. Judging from the time, he should have just barely appraised his first artifact. The crowd was taken aback. A confused look appeared on their faces. The chiming of a bell usually meant that one had failed to identify a single artifact in the harmonious stream of flowing goblets, and that one had failed the trial. Was it over already? But Zhang Xian had only just entered a moment ago, and judging from the time, he should have only just appraised the first artifact. It's said that if one didn't offer the slightest appraisal on the first artifact, one will be declared to have failed the trial immediately. There's such a saying? Wait a moment. Now that I think about it, I recall reading it somewhere in the books before. Some amidst the crowd shouted, and a bizarre expression immediately crept on everyone's faces. Even if a challenger couldn't identify the first treasure, he could at least make a rough guess. If Zhang Xian had really failed because he didn't write anything at all, that would be truly embarrassing. Walala! Everyone immediately turned to look at Sun Chang with eyes of sympathy. Without a doubt, this fellow had lost tragically this time. Dang Lang! But at that moment, the sound of a teacup falling to the ground echoed in the room. Following which, everyone saw Hall Master Sai's body trembling ceaselessly, and his face gradually paled. That isn't a chime. It's spirit euphoria. In other words, not only did he manage to identify the artifact, he even gained the acknowledgement of the artifact's spirit. Chapter 459, The Call of the Spirit, Acknowledgement of the Painting. Spirit euphoria? Elder Chen and Elder Lu stared at one another and froze. How? How is that possible? The chiming should be heavy and deep, but this sound is sharp and resonates with one's soul. Only the legendary spirit euphoria is capable of inducing such euphoria in one's heart, Hall Master Sai said. This. The duo staggered. Thinking back, given the agitation they had just felt from the sound a moment ago, it was indeed unlikely to be the doing of a bell chime. Could it be really spirit euphoria? But how was that possible? Elder Chen's face twitched, and his lips turned white. He had just proudly declared that the other party surely wouldn't be able to identify even a single treasure, yet not only did the other party manage to do so, he even induced spirit euphoria. Did he have to be so formidable? The acknowledgement of a treasure, spirit euphoria. This is the call that formidable spirit weapons induce when they're excited? This. Hearing Hall Master Sai's words, all those who shot gazes of sympathy towards Sun Chang were dumbfounded. It was as though someone had forced a turtle into their mouth, making it impossible for them to close it. They thought that this fellow would lose so tragically that he might be leaving stark naked, but he managed to make such a huge comeback. It was fortunate that no one was silly enough to wager with him previously. Otherwise, the one who would be leaving stark naked would be them. As cold sweat drenched their backs, they subconsciously turned to look at Elder Chin, only to see his face steeled and his forehead marked with black streaks. He looked as though he would faint at any moment. 3,000 spirit stones. Even though he was a 4-star appraiser, he was probably doubting the meaning of life at this moment. Seeing everyone's expression, Sun Chang asked in puzzlement, "What does spirit euphoria mean?" Pooh! Elder Chen couldn't hold it back anymore and a mouthful of blood spurted out. There was not a single appraiser who didn't know of spirit euphoria. In fact, even apprentices would be aware of it. Yet, this fellow didn't know a thing at all. It was one thing for him to lose to a 5-star appraiser or a formidable expert, but to lose to a servant who couldn't even compare to an apprentice. Why was he so foolish as to be goaded into making the wager? Seeing how the confused plump man was about to ask the frenzied Elder Chen about the matter, Lu Chang finally couldn't watch on anymore and hurried forward to explain. You should know about how items can be divided into 5 tiers: God, Saint, Spirit, Phantom, and Mortal, right? On. Sun Chang nodded. This classification wasn't a secret even in Tianxian Kingdom. It was a common fact known to all cultivators. When an equipment reaches Spirit tier, it'll gain Spirit. It's similar to the Spirit creation of paintings. Even though it's unable to think like humans, it'll be able to recognize and acknowledge cultivators. This aspect is somewhat similar to having a beast tamer acknowledge one as its master. Lu Chang continued. Equipment that acknowledged a cultivator would release this kind of euphoric sound, and this is termed as spirit euphoria. As soon as it appears, a cultivator would be able to become the true master of the weapon by feeding it a droplet of his blood. Become the true master? Sun Chang widened his eyes in shock. Indeed. The artifacts on the harmonious stream of flowing goblets are treasures that countless appraisers were unable to identify. To induce spirit euphoria right after he entered, could it be that, not only did he manage to identify the artifact, he even managed to analyze the strengths and flaws of it as well? Lu Cheng's face was filled with disbelief. Analyze the strengths and flaws. Every top-notch equipment is forged with a blacksmith's heart poured into it, but due to the limitations of material and the skill of the blacksmith, flaws will appear on even the most formidable treasures. As long as this kind of flaws is made up for, the equipment could reach higher tiers. An equipment possessing spirit is aware of its own flaws, but as it's unable to communicate with anyone, it's unable to find a way to make up for them. Some experts could easily find these flaws and earn the acknowledgement of the spirit of the equipment. However, this is a skill that only high-rank blacksmiths possess. Why would it appear in an appraisal? The more Lu Chang explained, the more confused he became. The main responsibility of an appraiser was to determine the identity of an artifact and its background. As for the flaws and strengths of the artifact, that was beyond their means. That was a skill that only skilled blacksmiths who had achieved a profound understanding of equipment would have. Could it be that the fellow inside wasn't just an appraiser but a formidable blacksmith as well? Was that why he could easily identify the treasure and analyze its strengths and flaws? Finally recovering from his shock, Elder Lu turned to his old friend and consoled. The first artifact that appears happens to be an equipment. If he's a blacksmith, it's not too surprising for him to be able to identify it. However, an appraiser has to be more than capable of identifying weapons, paintings, antiques, medicinal herbs, and even cultivation techniques and battle techniques. They must be well-rounded in all aspects. The 10 artifacts of the harmonious stream of flowing goblets cover the various occupations. If he's just a blacksmith, he'll only be able to identify the first one. Blacksmiths had an in-depth understanding of equipment. It wasn't completely impossible for Zhang Xian to be capable of identifying an equipment swiftly, find its strengths and flaws, and win its acknowledgement. However, it was a pity that the harmonious stream of flowing goblets tested one on one's appraising ability, not on one's understanding of equipment. The 10 artifacts didn't just consist of equipment. There were many other items as well. No matter how knowledgeable Zhang Xian was in the field of equipment, he would only be able to identify one. Elder Lu was in the midst of consoling his old friend when they heard the plump man beside them muttering to himself. Right, didn't Hall Master Sai say that he would have cleared the trial as long as he could recognize a single artifact? Elder Qin had just barely calmed down when he heard those words and his face paled once more. Internally, he could feel his heart bleeding. There had been not a single success case to the harmonious stream of flowing goblets in the past. As such, as long as one was able to identify even one of the 10 artifacts, it would be considered as a pass. In other words, regardless of whether Zhang Xian was able to identify any other artifacts or not, he would have to part with his 3,000 spirit stones. While a huge wave of shock had washed over the appraisers outside, in the trial, Zhang Xian stared at the bizarre metal hammer speechlessly. "What are you calling out for? You scared me." After jotting down the details on the artifact from the Library of Heaven's Path, this toy suddenly began buzzing, causing him to nearly drop his brush in shock. What the heck was it? It wasn't like it was a clock, gong, or something. What was it trying to call out for? Don't you know what is manners? It's rude to shout in public, you know. Forget it, I'll just write the names then. Zhang Xian thought. There were 72 flaws on the copper hammer recorded in the Library of Heaven's Path, and if he were to jot down all of them, he would surely die of fatigue. Since he had written down its name, origin, and 2 to 3 of its flaws, it should be sufficient for a pass. Putting down his brush, Zhang Xian turned his gaze away from the copper hammer to wait for the arrival of the next artifact when the heavy lump of metal suddenly flew from the stream and landed right before him. What's going on? Zhang Xian blinked in shock. Why is a hammer like you jumping right in front of me instead of lying obediently on the tree leaf? Just so you know, I'm not a female hammer. Forget it. Zhang Xian was unable to comprehend the situation before him. However, since the previous tree leaf had already floated away and the next artifact was slowly flowing down, Zhang Xian shook his head and turned his attention away. Placed on top of the second tree leaf was a painting. It was emitting a faint glow. The spiritual energy in the surroundings were automatically attracted to the painting, and incredibly realistic birds flew into the air, dancing with liveliness. It's at least a 5th-level painting. As a 3-star painter, Zhang Xian still possessed some understanding of painting. Even though the artifact was still a far distance away from him, he could already see what was incredible about it. At the very least, its grade was no lower than the 5th level. He activated his eye of insight. However, just like the copper hammer, he wasn't able to tell anything at all. In other words, the painting's value had surpassed the ability of his eye of insight. Soon, the leaf reached his surroundings, allowing him to catch a clearer glimpse of the painting. The painting was exquisite, but there was no signature left behind, making it impossible to determine whose work it was. The birds flying above the painting also looked extremely foreign. Of all of the savage beasts that Zhang Xian learned about from beast-taming books, there was none that fits the shape. In other words, not only was there no name for the painting, it was even impossible to determine what those birds were. It was no wonder why so many appraisers before were unable to identify it. Flaws! Upon coming into contact with the painting, Zhang Xian began moving his brush excitedly. Teacher, after the spirit euphoria, it's highly likely that the artifact will automatically acknowledge Zhang Xian as its owner. If so, on top of paying the 5,000 spirit stones, that artifact will also have to. Upon recalling something, Lu Chang hurried over to Hall Master Sai and brought up the matter. Artifacts possessing spirit were able to choose their owner as they pleased. In other words, through this harmonious stream of flowing goblets, not only did Zhang Xian earn 5,000 spirit stones from clearing the trial and 3,000 spirit stones from winning the wager against Elder Chen, perhaps he would be taking away the equipment as well. What in the world was this? When other people challenged the harmonious stream of flowing goblets, they ended up paying 100 spirit stones. On the other hand, not only did this fellow earn a huge profit, he even managed to steal away the various treasures in it. The appraiser hall was truly making a huge loss this time around. Artifacts have their own spirit, and they are allowed to choose their owners. Even though these artifacts have been with our appraiser hall for many years, no one has been able to identify them. Now that someone is able to point out their identity and origin, it's only natural for them to be excited and want to acknowledge the person as their master. There's nothing we can do about this. Hall Master Sai had also considered this matter, and he shook his head helplessly. Every single treasure in the appraiser hall was incomparably valuable, and if possible, he didn't wish for any of them to get out. However, since the other party had earned the acknowledgement of the spirit of the weapon, there was nothing he could do. Seeing that his teacher was helpless toward this situation as well, Lu Chang asked worriedly, "Then, what if this happens to the artifacts later on as well?" Hee, don't worry. The first artifact is an equipment, so blacksmiths or those who possess a natural affinity toward equipment would be able to win its acknowledgement easily. However, it'll be different for the artifacts behind. There are antiques, paintings, as well as medicinal herbs. It'll be impossible for him to identify all of those treasures. Besides, even if he does, it'll be extremely difficult for him to earn the acknowledgement of their spirit. It wouldn't be a joke to say that it is practically impossible. Hall Master Sai smiled lightly. There's no need to worry so much. That's true. Lu Chang was taken aback for a moment before recovering. Nodding his head, he was just about to say something when the spiritual energy before him suddenly rippled intensely and gushed straight through the closed doors. Following which, everyone's eyes blurred for a moment, and countless birds formed by spiritual energy danced and chirped in the air. The call of the spirit, acknowledgement of the painting? This is a masterpiece painting acknowledging its owner? Hall Master Sai's vision went dark. Chapter 460. Per people have it rough. The first 5 levels to painting were reality depiction, spiritual canvas, infused intentions, breathtaking verisimilitude, and spirit creation. Upon reaching spirit creation, the beings within the painting would be able to absorb spiritual energy to reach higher levels. In fact, the entire painting would be granted spirit, and it would be able to find a suitable owner for itself. In this sense, it was similar to formidable spirit equipment. Before them, birds from a painting were formed by the gathering of spiritual energy, dancing and chirping energetically. Clearly, it had acknowledged the challenger within the trial. This, if it was an equipment, or a person who possessed exceptionally affinity with equipment, the acknowledgement of the first artifact could be explained. However, it was completely different for a painting. Painting was a refined sport, and it was the expertise of literati. No matter how strong one was, it would be difficult for one to earn the acknowledgement of a painting. The only way to earn its acknowledgement was to understand the true artistic conception contained within the painting and comprehend its true meaning. But, for a painting which one didn't know the name, the content, or even the year of production, how could one possibly understand the intent behind it? Could this fellow be a painter as well? Only a true master in painting would be able to discern the thoughts of another painter in a painting that wasn't signed, sealed, or dated. Everyone's eyes shot towards Sun Chang, curious to hear his explanation. Since this servant is so sure that his young master could pass the trial, he definitely knew a thing or two about it. Painter? Our young master is already one. Seeing the doubtful gazes from the crowd, Sun Chang smiled gleefully. Placing his hands behind his back, he tilted his head upward proudly. On top of that, he created a 5th-level painting through a savage beast. To him, this is just a walk in the park. Created a 5th-level painting through a savage beast? Everyone's mouths twitched. One would have to at least be a 3-star painter to create a 5th-level painting. To do the same through a savage beast. How many stars would that require? Even the 4-star painters that they knew weren't capable of such a feat. It just happens that he's knowledgeable in equipment and painting. This doesn't truly reflect his appraising proficiency. Perhaps, it might just be luck, an appraiser amidst the crowd said. However, after saying those words, putting aside whether there was anyone willing to believe his words, even he found his own words hard to believe. Seeing how everyone was shocked speechless, and Elderchin even seemed to be on the verge of collapsing, perhaps due to the sympathy he felt for his fellow appraisers, Hall Master Sai scanned the surroundings and said, "We'll know whether it's luck or not in the next artifact. If I'm not wrong, it should be a celestial treasure. These kinds of items appear randomly and no one can replicate them. No amount of prior knowledge of other occupations can help him on this. This is the purest form of appraisal." If it was truly luck, and Zhang Xian had only happened to identify the first 2 artifacts due to his double identity as a blacksmith and painter, it would surely be impossible for him to do the same for the rest of the artifacts. I really do hope that he fails to identify the other artifacts. The artifacts in the harmonious stream of flowing goblets are all incredible treasure left behind by the predecessors, and every single one of them can fetch an astronomical sum. 2 of them have already recognized him as their master. If this goes on, I fear that our appraiser hall will go bankrupt. Elder Lu muttered pitifully. That's true. Hall Master Sai's mouth twitched as well. Just identifying the artifact itself was sufficient for one to pass the trial, but this fellow went ahead and had the artifacts acknowledge him as their master. They had already lost 2 artifacts. If this were to go on, it would be a huge blow to the appraiser hall despite its affluence. Don't worry, I've challenged the harmonious stream of flowing goblets before, and the 3rd one is a celestial treasure. Elderchin finally managed to suppress his urge to spurt blood and gritted his teeth. There are no records on what material it is made of, and it's even unclear as to whether it has a spirit or not. It'll be nearly impossible for one to identify it, needless to earn its acknowledgement. Celestial treasures were extremely rare in the world, and they weren't recorded in the books. As such, it was nearly impossible to call out their names. Furthermore, it was unclear whether it had a spirit or not. Thus, it was nearly impossible to have it acknowledge one as its master. However, as soon as he said those words, a chuckle sounded. You mean that our young master won't be able to identify the object and earn its acknowledgement? The one who spoke was still Sun Chang. Humph! Elderchin flung his sleeves. There's no need for you to get displeased. How about this? I'll give you a chance to earn back your money. Let's continue to wager 3,000 spirit stones. If our young master is unable to identify what the object is and earn its acknowledgement, we'll call off the debt. Otherwise, you'll owe me another 3,000 spirit stones. How about it? Sun Chang stared at Elder Chen with glowing eyes. Elder Chen's lips quivered. He wanted to agree to it, but he didn't dare to do so. He had just said that it was impossible for the other party to pass the trial, but the fellow went ahead to earn the acknowledgement of 2 of the artifacts. Who knows what would happen this time? You're chickening out again? I'm giving you a chance, but you sure don't know how to make use of it. With guts like yours, I truly wonder how you can call yourself a 4-star appraiser and a transcendent mortal expert. Sun Chang glanced at Elder Chen disdainfully. You. Not expecting to be looked down by a servant twice in just a few short minutes, Elder Chen's face flushed red, and he looked as though he would faint from anger at any moment. Enough. At that moment, another fatty walked out from Sun Chang's back and bellowed. Seeing someone stepping out to speak up for him, Elder Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He was just about to thank the other party when he heard the other party's words. You've to consider matters from Elder Chen's perspective as well. What if he doesn't have sufficient money to pay you back if, by chance, he loses? Butler's son, you should learn to be more understanding. It isn't easy for him either. Poor people have it rough, you know. This can't be helped at all. Pooh! After hearing those words, Elder Chen spurted another mouthful of blood. At this moment, he was completely frenzied. Appraiser was one of the most lucrative occupations in the world. As a 4-star appraiser, he was one of the top of the trade. Even though his wealth couldn't be said to be able to compare up to an entire nation, he wasn't too far from it. Yet someone was publicly saying that he was poor. Poor your head. Fine, let's wager then. Who's afraid of whom? Unable to hold back his rage, Elder Chen bellowed. That's a promise then. However, what if you don't have any money to repay your debt after you lose? Sun Chang shot his accomplice, Yuan Tao, a look of approval and chuckled. I'll borrow it from Elder Lu then, there's no need for you to worry about that. Elder Chen flung his sleeves. Elder Chen, you should reconsider the matter. Elder Lu's eyebrows twitched, and he hurriedly stepped forward to persuade the other party against it. Don't worry, I don't believe that fellow can even identify a celestial treasure. If he really is able to do so, I'll just admit my misfortune. Elder Chen clenched his jaws tightly. As a 4-star appraiser, he wasn't a reckless person. However, the 2 fatties before him were simply too infuriating. Besides, he truly believed that it would be impossible for that young man to identify a celestial treasure. One must know that this artifact that stumped even a passing 5-star appraiser. How could a fellow who popped out from nowhere possibly know anything about it, let alone earn its acknowledgement? Wang! While he was still immersed in his thoughts, a crisp buzz sounded from the room. It was similar to the call from before. The acknowledgement of a treasure, spirit euphoria. He was acknowledged by the celestial treasure. Elder Chen's face paled, and he suddenly burst into tears. To be able to win even the acknowledgement of a celestial treasure, what kind of monster was the other party? How in the world did he manage to do it? Ding dong! However, he wasn't stunned for too long. Various sounds echoed from within soon afterward. It didn't feel as though Zhang Xian was in a trial. Rather, it felt as though he was in a music room, and various melodies mixed in with one another. Hall Master, I think we should forcefully terminate the trial. Hearing the various sounds within, Elder Lu couldn't hold himself back anymore and suggested. Terminate? If we don't terminate it now, I fear that our appraiser hall might be shut down by him. Elder Lu's lips twitched. This. Hall Master Sai's face steeled. It would be formidable if anyone else can recognize 1 out of 10 artifacts, yet not only did this fellow manage to identify all of them, he even won their acknowledgement in the midst of doing so. If he were to continue on like this, he might really make a clean sweep of the treasures within the harmonious stream of flowing goblets. You should quickly make up your mind. If he continues on like this, and claims all of the artifacts, what should we do in the future? Let's just terminate it now. In any case, he has passed the trial already anyway. Knowing that there was no time to be wasted, Elder Lu urged Sai Xiaoyu. All right, let's have him stop now then. Knowing the severity of the matter, Hall Master Sai clenched his jaws. Initially, he thought that the other party only visited the harmonious stream of flowing goblets out of curiosity, and he would give up once he realized its difficulty. Who could have known that he would make the artifacts submit to him in an instant? Seeing so many valuable treasures submitting to him, they were scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to allow him to proceed on with the trial. Even though the appraisal hall was known for its affluence and immense collection of treasures, there was still a limit to it. And the treasures that no one had been able to identify in the harmonious stream of flowing goblets were the height of the collection. They could accept having one or two being taken away, but if it were all of them, then the overall fortune of the appraisal hall would be reduced immensely. What in the world was this? For the appraisal hall to be forced to a corner by just an individual, the thought of it felt ludicrous in itself. Yet, it was happening at this very instant. Fetch the keys. Since there was a way to activate the harmonious stream of flowing goblets, naturally, there was a way to stop it as well. However, similar to the activation process, it required the usage of 3 of the keys simultaneously as well. All right. Elder Chin and Elder Lu hurriedly walked up to the wall, and stretching out their hands, they placed their keys into the apertures. Jia! Jia! Along with the insertion of the 3 keys, the formation immediately rumbled to a halt. The radiance slowly faded. What are you all doing? Sun Chang frowned. Don't worry, we've only stopped the formation. This won't hurt your young master at all, Hall Master Sai said. To stop the formation because you can't afford to lose the appraisal hall sure is shameless. Sun Chang harumphed. Even though he hadn't heard their exchange, the meaning behind their actions was clear. Clearly, they were scared of the young master taking away all of the artifacts inside, so they didn't dare allow the trial to continue on any further. Cough, cough, it's indeed our fault to forcefully terminate the trial. However, there's no need to worry. I'll make it up to your young master. Mocked in public, Hall Master Sai's face turned red. It was just as the other party had said, these treasures were left behind by their predecessors and they were necessary to conducting the 5-star appraiser examination. As such, they truly couldn't afford to lose them. However, forcefully terminating the trial like that was unfair to the other party as well. Thus, the appraisal hall could only find some way to make up for the other party's losses. Humph! Sun Chang harumphed in displeasure. However, the formation was already stopped, and there was no way around it anymore. All right, open the door! Once the formation was stopped, the harmonious stream of flowing goblets would automatically cease to operate, and the artifacts wouldn't appear anymore. Relieved, Hall Master Sai shook his hands with a smile. Boom! But at that moment, the ground shook, and everyone nearly fell down. After which, a thunderous chime reverberated within the room, leaving everyone nearly deaf. It's the harmonious stream of flowing goblets acknowledging its master. The heck! Hall Master Sai looked at the door and bellowed frenziedly. Chapter 461. Compensation returning back to a minute earlier. After 4 consecutive treasures had leaped off the tree leaves and flown to him, no matter how foolish Zhang Xian was clear that these artifacts had acknowledged him and wanted to leave with him. After all, treasures were crafted with a purpose in mind and they craved to display their value. Being trapped within the harmonious stream of flowing goblets for a time so long that swords were buried in dust and pearls lost their glow had left these artifacts' spirits indignant. As such, as soon as they were identified, they immediately submitted to Zhang Xian. I won't hold back then. His mouth slowly curled out as he stretched out his hand and swiftly kept the treasures who leaped off the leaves into his storage ring. Even though Zhang Xian wasn't very knowledgeable about treasures, he could tell that they were valuable based on their descriptions in the Library of Heaven's Path. In any case, they were definitely worth more than a few hundred spirit stones. He would be insane to turn down these valuable treasures. After putting away those objects, while he was waiting for the next artifact to appear, the harmonious stream of flowing goblets suddenly shook and stopped. The flow of water also abruptly halted. Could it be that this artifact has something wrong with it as well? Zhang Xian frowned. The harmonious stream of flowing goblets was driven by a formation, and logically speaking, its flow shouldn't stop until all 10 of the artifacts appeared. Why did it suddenly stop when only 4 had appeared? Let me see if I can fix this. Doubtful, Zhang Xian stretched out his hands and touched the stone pedestal. The harmonious stream of flowing goblets should be similar to the various trials of the master-teacher examination. Most likely it was a spirit tool used to control the water flow and protect the treasures. Since it came to an abrupt stop, it probably meant that it was malfunctioning. However, Zhang Xian wasn't worried at all. After all, he had the Library of Heaven's Path. As long as it was a flaw or loophole, he could easily determine the problem and find a solution to it. A book appeared, and browsing through it, he picked up his brush and started writing some words down. The harmonious stream of flowing goblets is a spirit loader tool, and it's a part of the appraiser hall. Right after writing just a few flaws, a buzzing sound echoed and the entire place began to shake, as though expressing its intimacy toward Zhang Xian. This toy can be taken away as well? Sensing that the attitude of the harmonious stream of flowing goblets was similar to that of the artifacts he identified before, Zhang Xian was astonished. If he could take the harmonious stream of flowing goblets away, didn't it mean that he could claim all of the treasures here in one go? Let's give it a try then! Chuckling softly, Zhang Xian issued the harmonious stream of flowing goblets a command, and as he expected, it didn't try to resist him at all. The entire tool was placed inside his storage ring. What the heck? It really worked. The edges of Zhang Xian's lips crept upward. Just as he was about to see if there was anything else of value in the room. Jia! The door opened abruptly and Hall Master Sai, Elder Lu, and Elder Chen rushed in. You took the harmonious stream of flowing goblets as well. Upon seeing the empty room, the lips of the 3 4-star appraisers quivered. They stared at the young man before them as if he was a monster. Are you sure you're here to challenge the harmonious stream of flowing goblets, and not to sweep away everything within it? A moment ago, there were still mountains, flowing water, flowers. But all that was left now was an empty room devoid of anything. You aren't here to challenge the trial but to take away everything of value in the appraiser hall. Zhang Shi, the harmonious stream of flowing goblets is property of the appraiser hall. It represents our prestige and dignity. I beseech you to leave it behind. Holding back the urge to spurt blood, Hall Master Sai uttered with a scarlet face. It was just a moment ago that he addressed Zhang Xian as Brother Zhang, but at this moment, he didn't dare to do so anymore. Not only did the other party manage to claim so many treasures in a single move, he even took away the operating table as well. The other party's mastery of appraisal was definitely way above of his. He was no longer qualified to call the other party brother anymore. Leave it behind? But it has willingly chosen to acknowledge me as its master. Zhang Xian glared at the other party. You must be joking. How much do you think these treasures are worth? How can I simply leave them behind? That. I know! Hall Master Sai's face was flushed. The ownership of artifacts usually hinged on a single word, affinity. All of these artifacts had acknowledged Zhang Xian as their master, and this showed that he had affinity with them all. As an appraiser, Sai Xiaoyu should be more than aware of this. If he were to force the other party to hand it over, that would be no different from stealing. But the harmonious stream of flowing goblets was one of the most valuable treasures of their appraiser hall, so they couldn't afford to lose it. Otherwise, even before the headquarters dismissed him, he would probably have to resign from his seat for the discontentment of the other appraisers in the hall. It was just like someone claiming and taking away the spirit tool used to operate the various tests in the Master-Teacher Pavilion. If word were to spread out, the Master-Teacher Pavilion would surely become a laughingstock. After a moment of hesitation, Hall Master Sai said, How about this? As long as Zhang Shi is willing to leave the harmonious stream of flowing goblets behind, the appraiser hall is willing to compensate your losses. Compensate? You wish to pay me spirit stones? I'm fine with it. Zhang Xian started counting on his fingers. The harmonious stream of flowing goblets contains 10 artifacts. I won't demand too much, so I'll go by the estimate of 5,000 spirit stones for each of them. Totaling them up, it's only 50,000 spirit stones. As for this operating platform, I'll take it to be 10,000 then. Thus, as long as the appraiser hall pays me 60,000 spirit stones, I'll return everything back to you. 60,000 spirit stones. The three appraisers trembled, and their eyes turned red. They were the appraiser hall, not a bank. Besides, even if they were the bank, they wouldn't be able to fork out so many spirit stones either. We truly aren't able to take out so many spirit stones at the moment. Hall Master Sai felt so embarrassed that he wished that there was a hole in the floor that he could dive into at this very moment. What the heck was this? When no one was able to clear the harmonious stream of flowing goblets, he wished that some challenger could simply overcome it. Yet, now that someone had succeeded, he found himself on the verge of tears, wishing that it was just a dream. You can't take it out? All right then. If you all can take out the following items, I'm willing to fork out the items in return. Seeing the tearful faces of the three great 4-star appraisers, Zhang Xian knew that it was impossible for them to fork out so many spirit stones. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, he proposed. Firstly, help me find as many transcendent mortal cultivation techniques and battle techniques as possible, the more the better. Other than that, I want the soulless metal humanoid and all books related to soul oracles. Similarly, the more there are, the better it is. Actually, Zhang Xian didn't really need the treasures within the harmonious stream of flowing goblets. If he really wanted to earn spirit stones, there were various means for him to do so. There were only two priorities for him at the moment. The first was to find a way to wake up Lu Chang's dormant soul and bring him out of his coma, and the second was to raise his cultivation and advance through the master teacher ranks so that he could become a 9-star master teacher before reaching 30. Treasures and spirit stones were just means to these ends. He thought that the other party would say something overboard, and upon hearing that he only needed these few items, Hall Master Sai was taken aback. Even though they were the appraiser hall, they still had quite a decent collection of transcendent mortal cultivation techniques and battle techniques. And as for books on Soul Oracle, even though this occupation no longer existed and there were many contentions regarding its existence, the appraiser hall still had a few books on the occupation. Just that, it was hard to gauge whether the information was true or not. Honestly speaking, these items weren't worth much. There was no comparison between them and those treasures in the harmonious stream of flowing goblets. Having witnessed the greed of the other party for himself, he thought that the other party would be willing to stoop to even and scrupulous means to earn spirit stones. Since he had earned the upper hand this time, he thought that the other party would raise some outrageous request that would cause the appraiser hall's bankruptcy. Yet to think that it would be just these few items. Was there a problem somewhere? Seeing the bewildered faces before him, Zhang Xian asked. What, can't you do it? I can find a few of the others, but regarding the soulless metal humanoid, as it doesn't belong to the appraiser hall, someone is just keeping it with us at the moment for the auction. I can't say for sure how it'll be auctioned and how much it'll be auctioned for, Hall Master Sai said. The figure he had given for the soulless metal humanoid before was just a rough estimate. Even if the appraiser hall were to speak on Zhang Xian's behalf, it was hard to tell whether the seller would be willing to sell it to him. Thus, they couldn't give their word on this matter. But of course, this was just a conservative way of putting it. In comparison to other powers in the region, the influence of the appraiser hall was immense. On top of that, the item was to be auctioned on their territory. If even the appraiser hall couldn't get it, it would be even more unlikely for others to lay their hands on it. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xian said, There's no problem about that. Didn't you say that the clearing the harmonious stream of flowing goblets would entitle me to a reward of 5,000 spirit stones? I'll bid for it myself. You just have to gather the other things that I asked for. The quantity for each of those books mustn't be any less than 1,000. 1,000 books? Hall Master Sai's face went pale. He thought that the other party was just asking for a few dozen books. To ask for 1,000 of them in one go, what did he wish to do with them? He thought that the other party was letting the appraiser hall go by not insisting on the 60,000 spirit stones, but it seemed like things weren't as easy as he thought. Books on soul oracles are rare even when considering the entire Myriad Kingdom alliance. At best, we'll just only be able to find a few dozen of them. As for Transcendent Mortal Cultivation Technique manuals, if it's only Transcendent Mortal 1 Dan Prolonged Longevity Realm manuals, I think we'll still be able to find above 1,000 of it. But for 2 Dan Origin Energy Realm, the quantity is significantly lower. My estimate is that we'll only be able to find around 500 of them. As for 3 Dan Yin Yang Realm, while there are a lot of them in the Myriad Kingdom City, in Hahai City, it'll already be great if we can gather 100 of them. Doing a rough estimate, Hall Master Sai explained the circumstances for each of the items. Even though the Hahai City was a massive city in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, it was still inferior as compared to that of the Myriad Kingdom City. As such, it wasn't as easy to gather over 1,000 manuals here. This was especially so for Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan Cultivation Technique manuals. Even if one were to search through all of the powerful clans in the city, it would be hard to find 100 of them. On top of that, every single clan valued their manual as their greatest treasure, and they didn't allow it to go out into the public. Even if the appraiser hall were to exert its influence, it would be hard to gather them. That's fine as well. I'll take whatever that's available, so go ahead and look for them. Knowing that he was limited by the geographic boundaries and that it was already great if he could gather this much here, Zhang Xian nodded and agreed to it. Then, flicking his wrist, he took out the harmonious stream of flowing goblets. He was willing to return this to the other party, but as for the other 4 artifacts that had already acknowledged him, they shouldn't even think about it. Thank you, Zhang Shi. Hall Master Sai heaved a sigh of relief and clasped his fist. Don't worry about it. Alright, I would like to get the 5,000 spirit stones from clearing the trial now. Zhang Xian waved his hands. And I'll go get it for you now. Hall Master Sai walked out. Not too long later he returned, and with a flick of his wrist, a bunch of spirit stones appeared in front of him. The spiritual energy in the surroundings immediately rippled, forming a mini tornado. Scanning through it and confirming that there were around 5,000 spirit stones in the pile, Zhang Xian chuckled and put it all away in his storage ring. After keeping the items away, Zhang Xian was about to say something when Sun Quan walked up and said, Young master, this Elder Chen has just lost to us in a bet, and he owes us 6,000 spirit stones. Bet? 6,000 spirit stones? Taken aback, Zhang Xian turned to the elder and exclaimed, To offer 6,000 spirit stones in a single go, Elder Chen, you are indeed much more generous than Hall Master Sai. Generous? Elder Chen cried. How was this generosity? How did it feel more like suicide? Chapter 462, Celestial Designer's Mechanical Container. From Sun Chang's explanation, it didn't take long before Zhang Xian understood the happenings of the entire incident. Not bad, you did well. The only thing pitiable is that the number of spirit stones at stake were too few. No matter what, it should be at least 10,000. Not expecting for Sun Quan to perform so excellently, earning so many spirit stones for him through a wager, Zhang Xian looked at him in commendation. 10,000! Elder Chen's lips twitched once more. 6,000 was sufficient to leave him so frustrated that he felt like committing suicide already. If the debt was truly 10,000, he would have already run away. Since I've the wager, I won't refuse to pay up. However, stepping forward, Elder Chen gritted his teeth and said, My total fortune only adds up to around 3,000 spirit stones. As for the rest, can you allow me to repay it back in a year's time? A year's time? A year later, it would be useless even if you were to give me 20,000 spirit stones. Zhang Xian shook his head. It had only been 2 to 3 months since his journey started in Tianxian Kingdom. A year later, he could foresee that 3,000 spirit stones would just be an insignificant sum to him. Elder Chen's face flushed red. As a transcendent mortal 3 Dan expert and a 4-star appraiser, he was a respectable figure. If he were to refuse to pay up after losing a wager, even if the other party didn't do anything at all, he would die from the humiliation. Besides, if his trustworthiness was brought into question, his career as an appraiser might come to an end. Thus, after hesitating for a moment, he clenched his jaws and said, "Even though I don't have many liquid assets, as a 4-star appraiser, I do have some treasures in my possession. How about this? I'll allow you to pick any item among my treasure as compensation for the 3,000 spirit stones." Appraisers were very similar to antique collectors. Even though they might not have many liquid assets, they had quite a valuable inventory in their home. These items were treasures that he had slowly accumulated over the course of his life. If not for being forced into a corner, he would never bear to take them out. "Treasure? Let me take a look. If it's suitable, I can strike off your entire debt of 6,000 spirit stones for it." Knowing that this person would surely have some valuable possessions, having dealt in artifacts his entire life, Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. "All right." Knowing that it was impossible to avoid this anymore, Elder Chen flicked his wrist. Voila! Before long, a pile of treasures appeared before the crowd. There were antiques, paintings, weapons, sets of armor, as well as some bizarre clay molds. There were all kinds of treasures within Elder Chen's collection, and astonishingly, its total value seemed to exceed even that of the shops on the second floor. "I only have these, feel free to choose." Elder Chen forcefully put on a generous front and gestured. These were his prized possession, and he couldn't bear to part with any single one of them. However, what else could he do having lost the wager? It simply wasn't worth shattering the reputation that he'd built up over the course of so many years due to a wager. "Let me take a look." Activating the Eye of Insight, Zhang Xian began browsing through the various artifacts on the ground. A moment later, he shook his head in disappointment. Most of these items were rare and valuable, but to Zhang Xian, they didn't hold much meaning. In contrast to these items, spirit stones were much more practical to him. Zhang Xian turned to look at Elder Chen helplessly and said, "You only collected these few useless toys over the course of your entire life?" "I..." Elder Chen's face flushed in embarrassment. Knowing that the other party was a Grand Master appraiser, and his eye for things exceeded even that of the Hall Master, he couldn't protest at all. He had treasured these possessions as though they were his own children, yet the other party viewed them as nothing but useless toys. He couldn't help but feel slightly awkward. "Elder Chen, why don't you take out that object that you obtained just a while ago? If Zhang sure likes it, he might even trade it for 6,000 spirit stones." Just when Elder Chen was at a loss, he heard Elder Lu's telepathic message. "That object?" Recalling something, Elder Chen hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. Turning to Zhang Xian, he said, "Zhang Shi, please hold on for a moment. I have an object that I've been unable to identify ever since I received it. I'll bring it over now. If even that doesn't interest you, then I've nothing else to offer you anymore." "All right." Hearing that the other party still had another treasure, Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. He wasn't in a hurry anyway. Elder Chen turned around to leave, and around half an hour later he returned, and with a flick of his wrist, a black object appeared before him. It was a fist-sized black sphere, and no matter how one looked at it, it seemed to be nothing more than an ordinary ball of lead. "You call this a treasure?" Sun Chang took a glance at it and protested. "Elder Chen, aren't you trying to take advantage of us if you wish to use this to call off the entire debt?" "I..." Elder Chen's face flushed. "You're misunderstanding, Elder Chen," Hall Master Sai said. "This object was dug up from an ancient tomb 10 years ago, and even though it doesn't seem like anything much, it's invulnerable. We've tried quenching, burning, slashing, and smashing, but nothing could leave a mark on it. We've studied it innumerable times, but we weren't able to determine what it is. Since you don't know what it is, how can you say that it's a treasure?" Sun Chang refuted. "You can't really put it that way. It could be possible that it is an ore that no one has ever seen before. If one used it to craft a weapon, one would surely be able to forge a top-notch weapon," Hall Master Sai said. "Use it to forge a weapon? Putting aside whether it's possible or it'll surely be a troublesome and lengthy process." Sun Chang harumphed. "Enough. Allow me to take a look at it first. Interrupting Butler Sun's words, Zhang Xian stepped forward. He had tried to examine the metal ball with the eye of insight, but to his astonishment, he realized that he was unable to see anything about it. In his time in the appraiser hall, he learned that the true treasures were among the objects that he couldn't see through with his eye of insight. Thus, he grabbed the ball and muttered flaws internally. Who? A book appeared in the library. Zhang Xian quickly flipped it open. Celestial Designer's Mechanical Container, forged by the Celestial Designer Institute with complex mechanical systems. It can't be opened without knowing the specific sequences required to do so. It's likely that some important treasure is hidden within it. Flaws. After which were the various flaws of the object. There are only 17 flaws? Even though the Library of Heaven's Path didn't label the value of the object and Zhang Xian had never heard of the Celestial Designer Institute, he was still astounded by the number of flaws contained in the object. The flaws that the Library of Heaven's Path could detect ranged from the material of the object to the technique used to craft it, covering nearly all fields possible. Take the first artifact from the harmonious stream of flowing goblets, the copper hammer, for example. Even though the Eye of Insight couldn't determine any problem with it, the Library of Heaven's Path was still able to find a total of 72 flaws. But of course, it didn't mean that the fewer flaws there were, the more valuable an artifact would be. It was also related to the complexity of the artifact. The more complex an artifact was, the more likely it was that there would be flaws in it. This object was known as the Celestial Designer's Mechanical Container, and based on its description, it was clear that there was a system far more complex than the copper hammer contained within it. Yet, despite being more complex than the copper hammer, there were so few mistakes with it. Didn't that mean that the value of this object far surpassed that of the copper hammer? Treasure. This was definitely a treasure. Zhang Shi, are you able to determine what this artifact is? Seeing that Zhang Xian had examined the object for a long time already, Elder Chen couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Hall Master Sai and Elder Lu also turned over as well. They had studied this artifact for many years, and they had utilized all means available to them to examine it. However, they were still unable to come to a conclusion. The fellow before him had such a great appraising ability that he could even earn the acknowledgement of the harmonious stream of flowing goblets. Perhaps, he might really be able to see through it. I'm not able to tell what it is exactly as well, so I might require some more time to examine it. Understanding the logic of keeping one's wealth a secret, Zhang Xian chose to hide the matter. After a moment of hesitation, he said, All right, even though I'm unable to determine what this artifact is, I think that there's something deeper to it as well. I'll trade this for 6,000 spirit stones then. What do you think of it? Fine. Not expecting that this artifact could replace the 6,000 spirit stones, Elder Chen heaved a long sigh of relief. At the same time, he secretly sneaked a glance at the plump servant. The one that he wagered with was this fellow. Would he protest to such a decision? As a master teacher, Zhang Shi should still pay some consideration to his reputation. Even if this artifact wasn't worth the price, he wouldn't pursue the matter in the future. However, this servant was different. He was afraid that the other party would continue arguing with him. If that was the case, he would be put in truly tight a spot. However, after taking a glance, he saw the plump servant standing quietly at the side, not interfering in his young master's decisions at all. It seems like he respects his young master quite a lot. Seeing that the plump servant had decided to stay out of this matter, the tenseness finally left Elder Chen's body. In truth, even though part of the reason why Sun Chang didn't speak up was out of respect for Zhang Xian, the main reason was because he knew that the young master was smarter than him, and would never allow himself to be on the losing side of a deal. Since the young master was willing to purchase this ball for 6,000 spirit stones, it could only mean that its value was way beyond that amount. Since that was the case, why should he interfere in the matter? I've already sent some men to gather the books that you want. It'll probably take around 3 days. Seeing Zhang Xian keep the ball into his ring, Hall Master Sai chuckled. The auction is about to start. Shall we go over? All in all, the time they had spent here totaled up to nearly 2 hours. Judging from the time, it was indeed about time for the auction to start. If they were to head over immediately, they would barely make it for the opening. All right. Zhang Xian nodded. The main goal of his journey here was the soulless metal humanoid. It was imperative that he attended the auction so that he could obtain the item. Thus, under Hall Master Sai's lead, the group hurriedly headed to the auction hall. The auction hall was located on the second floor, not too far away from the first-class pavilion. Before the group even reached the auction hall, they could already see a huge crowd gathering outside. It seemed like the items offered in the auction were extremely attractive. There were many powerful and affluent individuals and powers here. Activating the Eye of Insight, Zhang Xian swept across the crowd and saw dozens of transcendent mortal experts. In fact, most of them had reached 2 Dan and 3 Dan. As expected of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. The number of experts were indeed incredible. Isn't the auction hall operated by the appraiser hall? Following behind Hall Master Sai, the group managed to enter the venue without any hiccups. Not too long later, they arrived at a relatively large suite. At this moment, Zhang Xian couldn't help but raise a question. They were in the appraiser hall, so logically speaking, the auction hall should belong to them as well. Yet why did they require an invitation letter to enter the venue? Could it be that the appraiser hall didn't have a stake in the auction hall? No, the auction hall isn't operated like us. It's similar to the first-class pavilion. It's only in a working relationship with the appraiser hall. We're in charge of appraising their artifacts while they are responsible for finding buyers and customers to conduct the auction. After all, we don't have sufficient manpower and energy to manage all of these miscellaneous affairs. Hall Master Sai answered. The strength of an appraiser lay in appraising and determining the value of an artifact. As such, they might not be as adept at running a business. Thus, it was much better to leave it to the veteran merchants instead. Chapter 463. The auction begins. No wonder. Zhang Xian shook his head. If this auction hall was operated by them, they would have been able to arrange a meeting between him and the buyer. His chances of getting the soulless metal humanoid would have been much higher. Have you all appraised the soulless metal humanoid? May I know the story behind it? Since the auction hadn't begun yet, Zhang Xian asked about the soulless metal humanoid. After receiving the 5,000 spirit stones reward, he'd repaid the loan he borrowed from Hall Master Sai and compensated him with an additional 100 spirit stones. Thus, he had a total of 4,800 spirit stones on hand at the moment. Even though Hall Master Sai was rather confident that it was sufficient for him to take away the soulless metal humanoid, Zhang Xian still felt that he should listen to the details to make a judgment himself. All right. Hall Master Sai nodded. Around a month ago, an elder came to the appraiser hall and requested that I appraise an artifact. The artifact seems to have been forged out of gold, and it's shaped like a puppet. After much assessment and contemplation, I determined that it is the legendary soulless metal humanoid. I sought Elder Lu and Elder Chen's opinions on the matter before coming to a final verdict. That metal humanoid is incomparably resilient, and most probably, it was crafted by having a human swallow metal while they were still alive before proceeding to use a special secret art to forge the puppet. Its body is wholesome, thus preventing the slightest bit of aura from leaking out. A formation is constructed within its body, and one can control it through spirit stones. In terms of strength, it possesses a might comparable to a transcendent mortal 3 Dan expert. While they were alive, was the soulless metal humanoid crafted out of real human bodies? Zhang Xian was taken aback. He had only heard about soul oracles from Pavilion Master Luo, so he wasn't too sure about the details. When he heard about the soulless metal humanoid, he thought that it would be a man-made object just like those puppets he met in the Master Teacher Pavilion when he was taking the Master Teacher examination. However, Sai Xiaoyu's words seemed to hint at something very different. Of course it isn't. Man-made puppets, just like other crafted tools, will gain spirit over time. As such, it's impossible for a human soul to delve in it. Even if one managed to do it, one's control over the puppet would still be lacking. This is similar to weapons and armor. Even though they are convenient to use, one still isn't able to manipulate it as easily as one's own limbs. Hall Master Sai said. Zhang Xian nodded. No matter how adept one was in using tools, it could never match up to the level of control one had over one's own limbs. A man-made puppet followed the same rule as well. Even if one could drive it with one's soul, one wouldn't be able to move it as seamlessly as one's own body. However, the soulless metal humanoid is different. It's crafted using the body of a living human coated with metal. Not only is its defensive and offensive capability impressive, more importantly, it can contain a soul perfectly, making it easy for a cultivator to drive it. Legend has it that even though soul oracles had outstanding control over their souls, their physical bodies were extremely weak. As such, they possessed such powerful physical bodies with their souls to grant them immense power, thus making them a subject of fear. Hall Master Sai explained. Zhang Xian finally came to a realization, and he was astounded. To craft a living human into a puppet to protect oneself. This occupation sure was bizarre and vile. The reputation of soul oracles was put alongside poison masters in ancient times. They were the two most feared occupations. It is said that soul oracles, with their powerful souls, could forcibly extract a cultivator's soul from his body and forge a soulless metal humanoid through their empty body. In fact, some of the more powerful soul oracles were even able to create a fearsome army of metal humanoids. Hall Master Sai continued. This was the reason why it was struck down by the other occupations. The Master Teacher Pavilion personally led the other occupations on a crusade against it, and destroyed the soul oracles, thus terminating their heritage. I only learned of the existence of the soulless metal humanoid by flipping through innumerable ancient books. Otherwise, I would have probably just thought of it as an ordinary puppet. Suppressing his anxiety, Zhang Xian asked, I heard that this occupation possesses the ability to wake dormant souls. May I know if it's true? Even though Luo Qianhong was a 3-star master teacher, his knowledge of this subject was definitely inferior to Hall Master Sai. Thus, Hall Master Sai's evaluation was likely to be much more accurate. The soul is a very complicated and profound subject. Only 7-star master teachers would begin to dabble in the subject. Otherwise, no matter how strong one was, even if one were a transcendent mortal 9-dan pinnacle expert, one wouldn't dare to touch in this field. The only exception to this rule are the soul oracles. Those of this occupation could even extract the soul from a living body, so waking a dormant soul should be a simple feat to them. Hall Master Sai replied with a grim expression. Upon hearing the other party confirm the matter, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. All right, the auction is starting. While the duel was speaking, a commotion had sounded below. Turning around to take a look, the host was already on the stage. Taking a closer look, the host was no other than Elder Qin. As a 4-star appraiser, an elder of the appraiser hall, his words felt more credible and persuasive, and in such auctions, trust was an important factor to hiking up the prices. The items on auction today cover weapons, armors, antiques, paintings, celestial treasures, the ancient soulless metal humanoid, and such, totaling up to a number of 35 artifacts. Every single one of them has been approved by the appraiser hall, and we can guarantee their authenticity. Elder Chen's gaze swept across the crowd with majesty. As soon as he reached the stage, he turned into that indomitable 4-star appraiser. Not a hint of that fellow who was forced to a corner by Sun Chang and ended up spurting blood about remained. 35 artifacts? So many? Of course, the auction of the appraiser hall is only conducted once a year. As such, all of the artifacts put up for sale are invaluable treasures. I've prepared a very long time for this auction. There are some things among the 35 artifacts that I'm determined to get. After hearing the introduction, the crowd fell into a commotion. The auction was around the size of an ordinary sparring field. People of Hall Master Sai's standing were allocated a suite, whereas ordinary customers were seated below. Some of these people were itinerant cultivators, and some of them were guests of prestigious clans as well. In any case, all of them had prepared a long time for this auction, determined to obtain the object of their desire. Looking through the window, Hall Master Sai commented, It seems like the allure of the soulless metal humanoid is great. There are many experts here. Indeed. Jin Sohai nodded in agreement. He was a transcendent mortal 4-dan expert, and he had followed the Alliance head for quite a period of time. As such, he knew most of the reputable experts in the Alliance. Even though this auction was conducted in Honghai City, scanning across the room, he could see many experts whose strength was on par with him, some exceeding him even. It was impossible for so many powerful experts to be gathered in an ordinary auction. Most likely, they were all here for the soulless metal humanoid. I'm afraid that 3,000 spirit stones might be insufficient to take down the soulless metal humanoid. Hall Master Sai smiled bitterly after scanning the room. His previous judgment was that the metal humanoid should be only worth around 1,500 spirit stones. Even if the price doubles due to the heated atmosphere in an auction, it'll only cost around 3,000 spirit stones. However, considering the number of experts that were here for it, it probably wouldn't be easy to win the bid at that price. Let's wait and see then. If I really don't have sufficient money, I'll be depending on Hall Master Sai to loan me some then. Zhang Xian chuckled. Ah. Hall Master Sai rolled his eyes. To think this fellow hadn't forgotten that matter yet. Everyone, please remain silent. The auction will be starting now. I'll be bringing up the first item now. After allowing everyone to vent their astonishment, Elder Chen smiled in delight and gestured grandly. Voila! A stone pedestal below slowly rose up, revealing a narrow and long jade box. Opening the jade box, a transparent plant appeared before everyone's eyes. It exuded a bone-chilling frost that seemed to reach straight into one's soul. Even when looking at it from afar, the crowd couldn't help but feel as though they were about to be reduced into pillars of ice. This is a 500-year-old glacier spirit grass, and it has exceptional effects for those who cultivating ice attribute cultivation techniques. If one were to forge it into a pill, one's cultivation would surely rise immensely. The minimum bid is 220 spirit stones, and every increment must be no lower than 20 spirit stones. Glacier spirit grass? This is the main ingredient for the Grade 4 Ice Soul Pill. Not only is it useful for those cultivating ice attribute cultivation technique, it is also extremely useful to transcendent mortal 3-dan yin-yang realm cultivators. Indeed, this is truly a treasure. As expected of the auction conducted once a year by the Appraiser Hall. Even the first item is exceptional. I'll be taking this ice spirit grass, 240 spirit stones. You think you can buy a 500-year-old spirit herb with just that bit of money? Dream on, 260 spirit stones. Ha, it's mine! 300 spirit stones. Even though the first artifact was only a spirit herb, it immediately heated up the atmosphere. The glacier spirit grass was an extremely herb in itself, needless to say, one that had reached a maturity of 500 years. In the end, the hammer price was 540 spirit stones. As expected of an auction conducted in the Appraiser Hall, it sure is lively. Upon seeing this sight, Zhang Xian was impressed. Based on his estimations, this glacier spirit grass was only worth 300 spirit stones at maximum. Yet, it was hiked up to a whole 540 spirit stones. That was almost a single fold of his estimated price. Just like Hall Master Sai had said, it probably wouldn't be easy for him to take down the soulless metal humanoid. After which, the second item was brought out. It was a unique mineral which raised the enhanced durability and sharpness of a weapon greatly if a sliver of it was added during the crafting process. As soon as the mineral appeared, the atmosphere immediately became even more elevated than when the glacier spirit grass appeared. What that accompanied cultivators through their days were weapons. The stronger their weapons, the greater their ability to protect themselves. As such, who would be willing to miss such a good item? It didn't take long for the price to exceed 600 spirit stones, and eventually, a middle-aged man claimed it at a price of 720 spirit stones. The third object is a long sword known as Koldeen. It was crafted by a 4-star pinnacle blacksmith, Geomusi. He gathered a total of 37 minerals, one of which is the extremely valuable Koldeen rock, before managing to forge the weapon. It contains an extremely strong yin attribute within, and if a cold attribute cultivator were to wield it, its might would be increased by several folds, allowing one to bring out fighting prowess far exceeding their limits. Eldritch slowly drew the sword from its sheath, and an incredibly cold gleam immediately escaped into the room, leaving shivers down the spine of whoever it shines upon. This is a spirit intermediate to weapon, and it can cut through metal as easily as though mud. The minimum bid is 500 spirit stones, and every increment must be no lower than 50 spirit stones. Colding sword? I heard that it's an extremely powerful sword suited for females. A spirit intermediate tier weapon is more than sufficient for the usage of a transcendent mortal 4-dan expert. Given that, 500 spirit stone isn't too expensive. I want it. Don't even dream of competing with me. I'll be taking this sword down for my companion. 550 spirit stones. The cold gleam of the sword brought heat to everyone's gazes. Zhang Xian's eyes also lit up upon seeing it. Thus, he turned to Zhao Ye and asked, "That weapon is indeed not bad. Zhao Ye, do you want it?" Zhao Ye possessed the purine body, and this sword happened to complement her constitution. If she were to wield it, her battle prowess would surely leap greatly. "Teacher, I think you should save the money to purchase the soulless metal humanoid instead to save Lu Chong." "I don't need it." Zhao Ye shook her head, but her eyes were filled with desire. Chapter 464. Let me give it a try. Even though Zhao Ye found herself desiring this sword greatly, she knew that the reason why her teacher came to Huahai City was to obtain the soulless metal humanoid. If he were to lack the funds to purchase it due to buying this sword for her, he would definitely regret it for life. Knowing Zhao Ye's thoughts, Zhang Xian said, "It's sufficient that you like it. If we end up having insufficient spirit stones, we can just find some other ways." It wasn't easy to come by an equipment that was compatible with one, and as such, Zhang Xian didn't purchase many items for his students. Since he had managed to stumble by one for Zhao Ye, he was determined to buy it for her. "Find some other ways? What other ways are there now?" Zhao Ye was taken aback. For this 5,000 spirit stones, her teacher had gone to the extent of nearly tearing down entire appraiser hall. Where else could he obtain even more spirit stones? After all, he couldn't possibly tear down this auction hall. "Simple!" Chuckling softly, Zhang Xian gestured to Sun Chang and said, "Get the one in charge of the auction over here." "Yes." Sun Chang blinked his eyes in incomprehension. Even so, since the young master had issued such an instruction, he must have his own purpose. Thus, he immediately left to get the person over. Zhao Ye and the others stared at one another in confusion. Did their teacher really intend to tear down this auction hall? Not too long later, Sun Chang brought a middle-aged man back with him. Logically speaking, given the middle-aged man's standing, he wouldn't allow himself to be summoned by just anyone so easily. However, this was Hall Master Sai's suite, so he had no choice but to comply. "Hall Master Sai!" Upon walking into the room, the middle-aged man immediately turned his sight onto the elder. "Manager Luo, you're here. Allow me to make the introductions. This is Zhang Shi." Hall Master Sai chuckled. "Zhang Shi, this is Manager Luo Qin. He's in charge of the matters regarding the auction, and if you've any problems, feel free to approach him." "Zhang Shi?" Only then did Luo Qin notice that a youngster was seated right beside Hall Master Sai, and on top of that, his disposition didn't pale in comparison to Hall Master Sai. Clearly, he was of esteemed standing as well. "May I know the reason why Zhang Shi is looking for me?" Stepping forward, Luo Qin clasped his fists and smiled. "Oh, I would like to add an additional item into the auction," Zhang Xian said. "Add an additional item?" Luo Qin was taken aback for a moment before a look of difficulty appeared on his face. The auction has already started, and I'm afraid that it's too late to add anything in. To only bring up the matter now, you must be pulling my leg. Besides, who knows whether the object you are adding in is valuable or not? If it turns out to be fake, won't the reputation of the auction be destroyed? Don't be in such a hurry to deny it. Why don't you take a look first before making up your mind?" Anticipating the other party's response, Zhang Xian smiled nonchalantly. He waved his hands to interrupt the other party. All right then. He didn't think that Zhang Xian would offer anything that would interest him, but considering how the other party was a Hall Master Sai's guest, and Hall Master Sai even went to the extent of addressing him as sure, the other party's standing must be rather high. Thus Luo Qi nodded his head. Hall Master Sai also turned his gaze over. He was curious to see what this young man could take out. Logically speaking, if he had any treasure, he would have brought it up already. He wouldn't have to go through the trouble with the harmonious stream of flowing goblets. Who? Before everyone's intrigued gazes, the young man took out an item. Upon seeing the appearance of the item clearly, Hall Master Sai's body shook and he nearly coughed blood. What was in the young man's hand was a painting. It was the second artifact of the harmonious stream of flowing goblets. It's this. Is it possible for you to put it into the auction as well? Zhang Xian asked. The most valuable objects on him were naturally the treasures he received from the harmonious stream of flowing goblets. Given how those artifacts were able to the trial for the 5-star appraiser examination, they must be of great value. Purchasing 1 or 2 swords with the sum earned from these artifacts shouldn't be too difficult. This was the reason why Zhang Xian could remain calm even though he knew that the money he had on him was probably insufficient to take down the soulless metal humanoid. Zhang, sure, this artifact is incomparably valuable. I think he should just keep it instead. Hall Master Sai chuckled awkwardly as his heart bled profusely. That was a treasure belonging to their appraiser hall. It is one thing that the artifact to acknowledge and follow a new owner, but for you to sell it off at the very next moment. What the heck is this? If you think that it's a pity to see it sold, Hall Master Sai can buy it back. After all, we're friends. I won't demand too much. 5,000 spirit stones will do. Zhang Xian chuckled. Cough, cough. Hall Master Sai's face turned red and he choked on his saliva. Eventually, he shook his head helplessly and said, All right, you should continue on with whatever you're intending to do. He couldn't even take out 3,000 spirit stones at the moment. How in the world could he afford to buy this painting? Even though he was unwilling to see the treasures of the appraiser hall being leaked out, there was nothing he could do. If you doubt the authenticity of this artifact, you can feel free to have Hall Master Sai appraise it. Having received Hall Master Sai's approval, Zhang Xian turned to Luo Qin and said, There's no need to appraise it, this painting is definitely real. I can tell so much. Unrolling the painting and taking a glance at it, Luo Qin nodded his head. As a manager of an auction hall, his appraising ability was above average as well. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if he couldn't even identify a real treasure when it was placed before him. The painting before him had a profound aura to it, and concentrated spiritual energy was gathered around it. The birds in the painting felt as though they would soar out at any moment. Even a fool could tell that this was a valuable masterpiece. All right, take it to the auction then. It'll be best if it can fetch 5,000 spirit stones. Since the other party could recognize the value of the painting, Zhang Xian could save the hassle of explaining. Thus, he dived straight into the matter. This. Upon hearing the other party's words, Luo Qin hesitated for a moment before saying, Zhang, sure, even though this painting is of extremely high grade, selling it for 5,000 spirit stones would be impossible. Oh? Then how much can it fetch? Perplexed, Zhang Xian asked. He wasn't too sure of the prices of artifacts, especially in terms of spirit stones. He thought that since this artifact was found in the harmonious stream of flowing goblets, it should be an incredible treasure. Thus, its value should exceed at least 5,000. But yet this fellow said that it was impossible. What was going on? At the very most, it can only fetch 500 spirit stones. Luo Qin's face reddened. 500? Zhang Xian frowned in displeasure. This painting came from the hands of a 5-star painter, and it also possesses a spirit. Not only can it absorb spiritual energy from the air to nourish itself, it also contains the essence of the world that is valuable to cultivators. Even transcendent mortal 4-dan experts would benefit greatly from looking at it for extended periods of time. So, how could it be worth only 500 spirit stones? After the verification from the Library of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian could tell that it was authentic, and it was a treasure left behind by a 5-star painter. The grade of the painting had reached the 6th level pinnacle, and it was just a step off from the legendary 7th level. Yet, it was only worth 500? You must be kidding me. Indeed. Who do you think you are fooling? How can such a great painting be worth only that much money? Sun Chang and the others also found the matter hard to believe. Zhang Shi, calm down. Listen to my explanation first. Luo Qin hurriedly bowed and explained awkwardly. The painting is exquisite and majestic, and it clearly carries the disposition fitting of a great painter. However, it doesn't have a name, and it isn't signed off either. This causes the value of the painting to drop tremendously. In truth, the art industry is somewhat similar to the antique industry. What that determines the value of an artwork isn't really the quality of the painting itself but the reputation of the artist. If this painting was created by a famous painter of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, it can easily fetch 5,000 spirit stones. But under the current circumstances, even 500 is a positive estimate. Upon hearing the explanation, Zhang Xian was taken aback. He immediately turned to Hall Master Sai, only to see the latter nodding his head. There's such a matter as well? Zhang Xian fell speechless. Thinking about it, it did make sense. After all, paintings weren't like weapons or medicinal treasures. The latter was truly beneficial to a person's cultivation, whereas the former was more of a personal interest and hobby or an individual. If it wasn't the work of a famous painter, the collection value of the work would immediately plummet. This painting is the work of a 5-star Grandmaster painter Wu Xuanzi from 800 years ago. Is he not considered as a famous painter? Zhang Xian asked. Wu Xuanzi? Of course he's considered as a famous painter. In fact, he's the very first 5-star beast tamer of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. If this is truly his work, it'll be worth more than 500 spirit stones. Just that, even though he possesses a great reputation, he didn't live in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance for too long, and he left behind very few works as well. Luo Qin froze for a moment before asking, "How can you prove that this painting is his?" Wu Xuanzi was an unparalleled figure in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance 800 years ago. Despite not having reached 200, he had already brought his art of beast taming and painting up to 5-star. However, it was a pity that he left behind too few works in the world. Most appraisers couldn't discern his handwriting or his habits, and as such, it was difficult to determine whether this painting was a work of his or not. Zhang Xian was stumped. He only knew of the origin of the painting via the Library of Heaven's Path, but how in the world was he supposed to prove this fact to others? Wu Xuanzi didn't leave behind many works, so it was hard to draw a comparison between his works. Otherwise, this painting wouldn't have remained unidentified for so long a period of time in the appraiser hall. Unless a formidable painter bestows a name upon this painting. Even if the painter's reputation isn't as striking as Wu Xuanzi, as long as they're around the same level and the name he bestows bring out the true disposition of the painting, the title should be recognized by the spirit of the painting and the value of it will immediately increase by several folds. But even so, it'll probably only fetch around 2,000 spirit stones at best. Luo Qin said. Name? Brings out the true disposition of the painting? Bestowing a name to a completed painting isn't a simple matter. Everyone has different thoughts, and there could many multiple interpretations to a single painting. If one's line of thoughts differs from the original painter by even the slightest, one would be unable to earn the acknowledgement of the spirit of the painting. If so, not only would the value of the painting not increase, it'll even cause a fall in the artistic conception of the original painting, thus resulting in a massive plummet in its value. Luo Qin explained. Thus, the only way is to first understand the background of the painter to attempt to get into his line of thoughts. Only then can one come up with a name that could bring out the true disposition of the painting and boost its value. Otherwise, even though Luo Qin didn't finish his words, the meaning he wished to convey was clear. 10,000 people viewing a single painting would generate 10,000 different thoughts. To fathom the thoughts of another, how difficult a task it was. In fact, it wouldn't be wrong to say that it was nearly impossible. You're saying that, if one could emulate the original author's understanding of the painting and bestow a fitting name to the painting, there's a chance that it could bring out its true disposition? Zhang Xian asked. That's right. If one understands the thoughts of the original painter, meaning Wu Xuanzi's thoughts, and write them down on the painting, it'll definitely allow the value of the painting to soar. However, putting aside how it's impossible to verify whether it's a painting left behind by Wu Xuanzi or not, even if it is his work, he is well known for keeping a low profile. As such, his background, the condition, and state he is in when he paints are completely unknown to others. And to make things worse, this painting is extremely bizarre as well. It's difficult to even identify the species of the birds in the painting. To fathom the painter's thoughts on top of that, it is impossible. Luo Qin shook his head. Even though he had only taken a look, based on his many years of experience, he could tell that it was impossible to fathom Wu Xuanzi's thoughts. Impossible? After hearing Luo Qin's explanation, Zhang Xian was taken aback. Then, a smile slowly crept onto his face. Since bestowing a name will boost the value of this painting, let me give it a try. Chapter 465, Rousing from the Drunken Dreams. You! Everyone was taken aback. Hall Master Sai's eyes even rolled around. Based on what Sun Chang said, the other party was a painter. But, even if the other party was a painter as well, to fathom the true meaning behind a painting made 800 years ago, that was an impossible task. Furthermore, the birds in the painting were either spirit beasts or savage beasts. Since it couldn't be identified at all, how could one bestow it with a name? Putting aside how the painting wouldn't fetch a high price, more importantly, it was a crime to ruin such a valuable art piece. This. Luo Qin scratched his head in embarrassment, not knowing what to do. The main reason why he explained the entire matter so carefully was so as to dispel the other party's thoughts. Who knew that his words would only egg the other party on? Are you that frenzied for money? If it was that easy to come up with a title that would bring out the true disposition of the painting, there would have been at least a single success case in the past few years. Who? Disregarding the crowd's response, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist and took out a brush. Then, he placed the painting on a table in the room. It might be difficult for others to fathom the thoughts of the painter and find a suitable name for this painting, but he was different. The Library of Heaven's Path could provide him with the ideal name immediately. If he were to write the name, he would surely be able to bring out the true disposition of the painting, thus inducing a leap in the value of the painting. It can't be that. You're serious about doing it. Seeing Zhang Xian dab his brush in ink, Hall Master Sai hurried forward to persuade him otherwise. You should reconsider your actions. That's a supreme treasure left behind by our predecessors. This treasure had been passed down within the appraiser hall from generation to generation. To have it destroyed right before him, he couldn't allow himself to simply look on by the side. Since it can raise the value of the painting, why shouldn't I do it? Zhang Xian chuckled. But what if you fail? Hall Master Sai was agitated. He was just about to continue speaking when Sun Chang walked up to him with a heated gaze. Hall Master Sai, judging from your experience, it seems like you think that our young master will fail. If so, why don't we wager on it then? There's no need to make it too big, 3,000 spirit stones will do. Hall Master Sai's body swayed. What the heck was this? Can't at least one of you two be normal? One insisted on bestowing a name on the painting while the other one was challenging him to a wager so confidently. What's wrong with you two? Hall Master Sai's complexion was extremely awful. He was tempted to accept the wager, but upon recalling the tragic fate that befell Elder Qin, he backed down. This fellow was an incredible figure who could win even the acknowledgement of the harmonious stream of flowing goblets. Perhaps he might really find the words to bring out the true disposition of the painting. Regarding the wager, I'll pass. With a pale face, Hall Master Sai backed down. Ah? Taking this scene into sight, Luo Qin widened his eyes in shock. Hall Master Sai clearly didn't believe that Zhang Shi could come up with a correct name, and he was determined to stop him. Yet, with a word from a servant, he immediately backed down from fear. What was going on? When did the hall master become so easy to talk to? Just as Luo Qin was perplexed over the situation, he suddenly felt a violent disturbance in the spiritual energy in the air. It seemed to be gathering at an area not too far away from him, and vaguely, he could hear the chirping of the birds. Chio chio chio. The sound was crisp, and even though it wasn't too loud, everyone within the auction hall could hear it clearly. Ah! Following the direction from where the sound came from, he realized that in his short moment of hesitation, that Zhang Shi had already finished writing a name on the painting. Upon seeing it, the birds chirped and flew excitedly, as though delighted to be given a name. This is elation of unearthed disposition, enlightened spirit? The heck? What the heck is going on? Luo Qin's mouth twitched in agitation, and his body trembled violently. Enlightened spirit. That is a work of the 7th level, a masterpiece that only a 6-star painter can produce. Hall Master Sai's vision went dark. He had just thought that the other party would fail when the other party came up with a name that not only brought out the true disposition of the painting, he even induced the phenomenon elation of unearthed disposition, enlightened spirit. Was this really happening before him? The first 6 levels of painting were as followed: reality depiction, spiritual canvas, infused intentions, breathtaking verisimilitude, spirit creation, and spirit wisdom. Normal 3-star painters could only produce a painting at the level of spirit creation, and a spirit wisdom painting could only be created by the hands of a 4-star and 5-star painter. Going beyond the 6th level, spirit wisdom, the 7th level was a realm that only 6-star painters could hope to reach. Enlightened spirit. At this level, all of the living objects within the painting would come to life, and they would possess their own intelligence, and they could acknowledge their own master. In fact, they could even soar out of the painting and they wouldn't disappear even after a day or 2. In other words, a painter who had reached this level of enlightenment could easily draw out birds and soar to the skies. It was said that a formidable 6-star painter had once drawn a crane on a wall, and it materialized from the wall. Then, riding on the crane, he soared into the distance, leaving behind the legend of soaring on the heavenly crane. Initially, this drawing should have only been at 6th level pinnacle, and it was still a far way off from reaching the next realm. Even if the name one came up with was able to bring out its true disposition, it should only have added slightly to the harmony of the painting. Yet, Zhang Xian's name allowed it to immediately surpass its limits, and reach the 7th level instantaneously. The heck? Am I insane, or is this fellow mad? Are you a monster? How in the world did you manage to do it? Hall Master Sai's body froze and his eyes were filled with frenzied. At the same time, relief gushed through his body. He felt that it was a blessing that he didn't wager with Sun Chang. Otherwise, he would probably end up in the same state as Elder Chen. Actually, the frenzy wasn't just limited to the group in the suite. The entire auction hall also broke out in commotion. The ongoing auction for the Koldeen sword also abruptly came to a halt. The dancing birds weren't just limited to within the suite. They flew through the windows and danced around the auction hall. The bright red flying birds resembled mini suns in the evening, illuminating the entire place with its brilliance. What are those? These birds are illusory beings. Someone has created a painting of the 7th level. A 7th level painting? A 6-star painter? This. Which senior is it? Is this painting for sale? If it is, I'll be willing to put all of my fortune into it. So do I. The dancing birds formed a spectacular sight within the auction hall. Everyone's eyes reddened in excitement. Even the most formidable painter in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance was only at 4-star pinnacle. The legendary Wu Xuanzi from 800 years ago had reached 5-star, but it was a pity that he didn't leave behind any works. Yet, a work that could only come from a 6-star painter had suddenly appeared in the room. How could the crowd not go into a frenzy? It can't be the doing of that Zhang Shi, could it? The host, Elder Chen, upon seeing that no one's attention was on him, immediately turned to look at the suite where the birds appeared from, and he immediately frowned. That was the hall master's suite. He couldn't think of anyone else other than that unfathomable young man who could cause such a huge commotion. While the crowd outside had fallen into a frenzy, Jiang Xian, who had just completed the painting, kept his brush and smiled at the dumbfounded Luo Qin. "May I know if this painting is worth 5,000 spirit stones like that?" 5,000? Worth, it's definitely worth that amount. Recovering from his shock, Luo Qin hurriedly nodded his head. Just a named 6th level pinnacle painting was already worth 5,000 spirit stones. A painting of the 7th level. Even if it was sold for 10,000 spirit stones, there would probably be someone who would be willing to fork out the sum. Just by casually writing a few works, this young man had raised the value of the painting by 20 times. It would be a gross underestimation to say that his words were worth gold. Fearsome. Curious to know what it was that the young man wrote that transformed a 6th level pinnacle painting into a 7th level one, they hurriedly turned their gazes to the painting. However, upon taking a look, their bodies swayed and they nearly fell to the floor. It was just 5 squiggly words, rousing from the drunken dreams. These 5 words weren't written in any conventional form of calligraphy. Rather, it felt as though it was written right after one woke up from a drunken stupor. Even though it was squiggly, there was exquisite in a very different manner. Not only weren't they out of place, it seemed to complement with the bizarre birds on the painting, harmonizing the painting into one entirety. Rousing from the drunken dreams? This is the name of the painting? Luo Qin grabbed his hair frenziedly. If it was anyone else, they would surely be racking their brains to think of the origin of the bizarre birds, given that they were the main theme to the painting. Yet this fellow simply went on to write rousing from the drunken dreams. And what was even more frightening was that he was right. Could it be that the legendary Wu Xuanzi drew this painting right after he woke up from a dream after drinking the previous day? If that was the case, wasn't this way too difficult to guess? Furthermore, how in the world did this fellow know about it then? Indeed, this painting is indeed made by Wu Xuanzi right after he woke up from his drunken stupor. Jiang Xian confirmed everyone's doubts. Unable to accept this outcome, Hall Master Sai asked, But, what spirit beasts are those birds? Why haven't I heard of them before?" He had stumbled by this painting back then when he was challenging the harmonious stream of the flowing goblets, and for this, he had flipped through innumerable books, but he was unable to find an answer. Since this was Wu Xuanzi's work, these birds should at least have a name. "Oh, they're called white purity birds," Jiang Xian said. "White purity birds? That can't be. White purity birds have long wings, purple beaks, golden claws, red head, and they're slightly plump as well. Not only does these birds not possess those unique traits, they clearly possess a slim physique." This time, the one who spoke was Zhao Feiwu. She felt that there was a clear problem in Jiang Xian's analysis. The white purity bird was a commonly seen spirit beast, and its unique characteristics made it extremely easy to identify. On the other hand, these bizarre birds didn't possess a sliver of those characteristics, so how could they be white purity birds? If those were really white purity birds, Hall Master Sai and the others would have long identified the painting. Oh, when Wu Xuanzi drew this painting, he was still slightly intoxicated, so he depicted the white purity birds inaccurately, resulting in their current forms. Jiang Xian explained. Inaccurate depiction? At that moment, everyone trembled in shock. Who could have thought that a 5-star painter would make such a fundamental error? Indeed. When he woke up from his stupor, he realized how ridiculous his drawing was, and he thought that if it were to get out, it would surely affect his reputation. However, he found it a waste to tear it apart as well. Thus, he removed his name and signature, thus resulting in this incomplete work. Jiang Xian said. It was recorded amidst the flaws in the Library of Heaven's Path. Initially, when Jiang Xian first saw it, he felt that it was ridiculous as well. But this was the truth. If it wasn't so ridiculous, Wu Xuanzi would have surely left behind his name, and the painting would have never reached the appraiser hall. This is the result of your appraisal? Hall Master Sai's teeth clattered together, as though fearful of the terrifying monster before him. You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.